Welcome back to the Game Collection. I am SuperDerek, and this is Breath of Fire. You could say I've been looking forward to reviewing this game for quite a while now, and after playing through Highlight, I think I deserve a bit of a break. So, where to begin? I found this game years ago when I was looking for other games to scratch that RPG itch after I played through Earthbound. It's kind of funny because Lufia left me feeling a bit burned, but Breath of Fire was a breath of fresh air. But before I get too far into this, I should warn you. With this game in particular, the nostalgia factor for me is in full effect, and despite my best efforts to remain impartial, I can't guarantee that this review is going to be entirely unbiased. But even for people who haven't had the benefit or the background, the history with this franchise that I have, I think that Breath of Fire will offer some things to you that may interest you. Breath of Fire was the first ever RPG developed by Capcom, a company which I'm sure you know is famous for games like the Street Fighter series and Mega Man. The game was released in Japan in 1993 and was later brought over to the United States in 1994. The game's translation, localization, and promotion were all handed over to Squaresoft, a company that was much more familiar with translating and localizing such text-heavy games. Unfortunately, the localization did encounter some issues when it came to how long they were able to make the names of items and characters. As a result, character names can only be 4 characters long, and a lot of items had to be abbreviated, leaving a lot of players confused as to what some items actually were. In Breath of Fire, you play as a young man in the Dragon Clan named Ryu. Yeah, like that Ryu. Or Ryu. Whatever. Doesn't matter. As Ryu, you wake up in the middle of the night to find that your entire village is under attack by the Dark Dragon Clan. Ryu is in the Light Dragon Clan, and obviously these two groups hate each other. In an act of desperation, your sister
hello there,
casts a
everybody.
spell of
Welcome to the stream.
over the entire remaining survivors of the
How are you all
village,
doing today?
saving their lives, and goes off to duel with none other than the Dark Dragon leader. Unfortunately, despite her best efforts, she is captured, and that's where our...
Hey, Rimaru. Good to see ya. And Ryanku. Not too shabby. Excellent. Hey, Zach, thank you so much for those bits. Very much appreciated. Oh, man. How am I ready? Ready for art. Hey, Flaming Krieg. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. The chat got twisted a little bit here, and I need to, well, it's because I set up my new art stream scene and didn't realize that it would go on to affect everything else that I had already set up. So, you know, one of those growing pains sorts of deals. But hey, that's all right. Good to have you all here. Y'all excited? I'm kind of excited. I actually haven't even looked at what has all of the purple hearts yet on the Discord, so we're gonna check that out here in a second, and that'll help me come up with an idea of what we're actually drawing today. When you're excited, will there be a VOD uploaded? You know, there might be. I am gonna be using entirely copyright-free music through what's it called? Stream Beats by Harris Heller. You know, that thing. Let's see. Well, I mean, I guess I really haven't got any reason not to just jump into our new art scene. Let's do this. Let's start the art. Let's get arted. So I figure this is going to be a special kind of stream where you can see we've got oh man. Mother but Yu Yu Hakusho? What? Am I getting that right? Yu Yu Hakusho YYH? Hey, Serena! Or not Serena, Sample! Sorry, I misread. Heck yeah. So, we're doing a special stream here where you can see I've got the camera set up over here, and you can see, you can kind of like get a behind the shoulder view of what I'm doing a little bit. We're going to be using the chat as a beta, you know. We're going to keep this chat going. I really cannot wait for them to show subscriber badges on this chat, but just for today, I figure it looked kind of nice. You'll try to be Serena next time. No, that's totally cool, man. It's good to have you here too. Not now I feel bad. I'm sorry. Well, hey, what was that?
To the Super Friends.
Biancu, thank you so much for that resubscription, man. All right, so I'm gonna open up Discord here real quick and take a look-see at some of the things that we have going on here. In the 60-second art thing here. Let's see what all got the purple hearts. All right, so I don't think I have anything incriminating on my screen yet. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and I think I can do this. Okay. Whoa, nope, I didn't mean to do that. Why did that happen? Oh, is it because streamer mode's enabled, I wonder? Interesting. Here, if I try that one more time, if I move this over, what is it? No, okay. Okay, we're good. I don't know why everything minimized. Must have just had a jerky hand there or something. Alright, so let's see. So it's because I shook it. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. It's all that Mountain Dew and coffee coursing through my veins, giving my hand the jitters. Alright, so Super Derek the Bard does not look like that got any purple hearts. Unfortunate, because I kind of like that. And Kumatora, yeah, I mean, those are from last night. Probably not going to see a whole lot of hearts on those yet. What is that? A potato. That's awesome. Okay. I really liked this guy. That was a fun sketch from Mother 3. And then making a deal with a demon here from SMT. Yeah, the Clayman. This guy got a few hearts here. The God, what's he called? The Final Fantasy one-hit kill guy. Can't remember his name anymore. Jack Frost got a couple. Yeah, the Tonberry. We got ourselves Flint. That's right. And Froggy. Froggy didn't get no hearts. Poor little Frog. Now Draki, Super Draki RPGs got a whole bunch. So I think that's definitely going to be something we're going to need to incorporate. Hey, so good to see ya. Babam got 3. He's doing pretty good. No, poor Lufia. And this was going to be Gades. I can't remember how that goes. Vivi got some hearts. He got 5. All right, and little yeah, well, can't remember what that thing's called either. The Moogle. Yes, the Moogle, the Super Derek as a merman. Got a few. That's me after finally acquiring the Sword of Kings after many hours of attempts. Quackmire. Super Esther. And then, oh no. Hey Duo, thank you for that host, man. Alright. So that's my awful rendition of Link, my awful rendition of Cloud, and a couple Mr. Saturns. Oh, a Kirby actually. Mr. Saturn and a Kirby. Okay, so Kirby's definitely got some love. Hey Anubis, good to see you, man. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, the Crossbow games are getting localized, not just by NISA either, but by Geofront. They're using that together. Okay, and then that's the beginning. It's another Mr. Saturn. So I think we're gonna definitely need to do something with Mr. Saturn here. Here, can I copy the image and yeah, we'll throw that in there. Let's see, we'll copy the Kirby. Let's see. And I might snag a couple extra of these just because. All right, we'll copy that guy, throw him in there. Because we're still gathering sources of inspiration here for this art stream. From my sketches earlier, I think Vivi's got to be part of it. Wait, that's a link. I need to copy the image, so we'll throw that in there. Saturn and Kirby's pretty solid, you betcha. Maybe I'll copy that guy too. Throw him in here. Maybe the Babam and the Draki. I have sort of an idea forming here. Oh, I need to copy the image, not the link. And I'll go ahead and copy that too. Even though I didn't get any hearts, I liked it, so I'm gonna take it. We're gonna copy him, the Tonberry. We'll copy that because I like that one a lot too. All right, and maybe Kumatora. All right, so yeah, let's make a little list of all of our pieces of inspiration that we're gonna draw from today. You see a collage at the end of the day. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I don't feel like this could have ended really any differently than just a big old collage of. Oh, I got him twice. Here, let's toss that one. Gosh, we've got so much to draw from here. Oh, this is great. All right. This is going to be fun. And, you know, if this goes well, if this art piece turns out nicely, I think I wouldn't be opposed to potentially trying to put some of this on maybe a t-shirt or something. If it goes well. I don't know. Watch out for that knife with the Mr. Tonberry will one-shot you. Yes. Yes, he will. Yeah. This could be fun if we do something good here. I don't know. If it turns out and it's just kind of like, then I wouldn't worry about it. But, you know, the hope is that this is going to turn into something pretty rad. All right. Here, let's switch all of these to darken. That way we can sort of get some overlap here of them without getting cut off by the white space. Clear out some of that extra junk. There, we can get this ultra compacted for reference later. All right, I don't know if we're gonna be able to incorporate all of them, but if we do, that'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, a lot of really fun pieces of art here to work with. Oh, and by the way, in the top corner there, if you guys want, if you feel so inclined, you can call that phone number. It is not my personal cell phone number, but it is my Skype phone number. And if you want to hang out on this stream and just call and chat, you know, and be on the stream yourself, you can do that. Just call in at 785-370-4228. And I think it works. I think it should work. So, yeah, if you feel like it. No biggie if you don't. Alright, so, here, let's just merge all these layers. Put them on one single layer. Shrink that down a little bit. And let's start up a new layer. And I have no idea what exactly I want to do to start with here, but,
Don't forget to save the game!
Oh, good call, good call. We do have autosave turned on in Photoshop, so hopefully we won't save any progress in the event of a total party wipe. Oh yeah. If you want to call in, definitely add the 1. And unfortunately, I don't have a way to take international calls right now, but yeah. All right. Oh,
Level up!
and because I rotated my screen, I need to adjust my Huion software settings real quick so that it's matched up. Come on. Open up the settings. Okay, here we go. Work area. All right. See if that works now. Seems good. All right. All right, so I'm just gonna figure out some sort of layout here that I want to do. Because it should, I think it will probably end up being a bit of a collage of some sort, you know? You thought that number was the HRPG hotline? The JRPG hotline, call for your tips and tricks? Alright, so... Alright. Alright, so I think what we'll probably do is start by blocking off some space here. Just to kind of get an idea for how everybody's going to be lined out, I guess. Because there's going to be a lot of things here. So we'll add the knight here, I think. Yeah, we'll start by saying that's where the knight's going to be. I feel like Kirby ought to be like flying around up in the air somewhere. Let's see. Gonna make my hand-drawn Twitch layout for us. So Kirby up here. Maybe let's see. Mr. Saturn, maybe down here on the ground. You know, I feel like it'd be pretty tough to incorporate a merman in a scene like this where we have ground. Well, unless there's like a pond or something. But that wouldn't be super like video game related either. That would kind of break the trend, I think. So maybe we'll just omit that guy. And let's put the bomb, a fish tank in the back. Maybe yeah, let's put the bomb there. All right. Draki, he can also fly, so we'll put him up in the air. Let's see. I guess Mog could also maybe fly? Maybe, since we have one other human type person, we should probably... Oh, come on. Brush. Should probably put Kumatora here also. Something like that. Let's see. Oh yeah, and Frog, I guess he's also kind of a humanoid, right? So he'll also need some space, maybe... Alright, so that's Kumatora. Maybe behind here we can add the Clayman. Like so. Let's see, we got the Saturn here, we got Kirby, got the Knight here, the Draki. Oh, Vivi. Maybe right in front. I feel like that would probably be pretty good, right? Let's kind of throw him in there. Maybe the Tonberry in the background. You know, just an ominous Tonberry sneaking up behind the group. Let's see, Vivi and how about Mog also right there in front. Alright, so I think we got the Babam, place for the Mog. Yeah, and he's not going to be in there. Okay, I think we got everybody. I think we got a spot for the layout pretty much sorted out. Alright, so let's just call that layout. We'll call this inspiration. Okay. Alright, so what shall we start with? Yo, Serena, good to see you. How are you doing today? The real Serena has arrived. Okay. So the layout... Oh, that's right. This was not just any knight, but it was Gades, but I might just have myself as a knight, as a generic knight. Maybe. We'll see. Alright. Let's decrease that opacity a bit here so we can barely see it. So how about we start with Vivi? I feel like Vivi might be a good way to start. Generic SuperDerek night. Meal prep for the weekend? Excellent. I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. I will be doing this with some reference photos just so that I don't completely like miss the spirit of Vivi. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's get some ideas of other people's interpretations of Vivi and call that good. Cool. Draw yourself as Adalbert Steiner. Adalbert Steiner. That's oh, that's a Full Metal Alchemist thing, isn't it? Oh, Steiner from... Oh, wait. I was thinking of... Thank you. Final Fantasy IX. No, that would be pretty funny. Okay, I know which guy you're talking about. The big guy. The very serious... A very serious knight. I think, right? It's been so long. Yeah, the very, very serious knight. Okay, maybe I'll pull up some Steiner art also, just, you know, in case I feel like being a little Steinerish, Steinerly during our art stream here. All right. I like how it changes it. For some reason, my font changes certain characters, like the carrot is now a Sigma. Okay, well, whatever. All right. So yeah, let's start with Vivi. I don't think there's going to be an action scene. I feel like that might be a little bit beyond, because I'm still a bit rusty. So, yeah. Let's go with, Gosh, should I start with Vivi? Let's, Okay, yeah, we'll do we'll start with a rough sketch of Vivi. You think Vivi's a pretty tough one to warm up with? I mean, it kind of could be, but here, before we actually start doing the clothes, we should just come up with a general idea of what Vivi's gonna be doing. Maybe just kind of sitting, hanging out. Yeah, he does have sort of a conical body shape, which is kind of interesting as far as anatomy is concerned. I feel like, as far as Vivi's head goes, that's actually maybe a little large. Vivi's got kind of a small head, but a gigantic hat. Probably best for him to be sitting down, because he's got that gigantor hat that's just gonna stick up and block everything. Hey Baku, how's it going, man? So I figure what I'll start with is kind of get a rough sketch of everybody as they are in place before I really start to finalize anything here. I feel like a more natural pose might be resting with his arm on his knee or something. Except he's got tiny legs. Doesn't quite work with his anatomy and his strange proportions. Yeah, Vivi's very small compared to, normally proportioned people, but he's also got like normal sized human arms and like tiny fat little legs. There we go. Alright, so we're getting a little closer to being Vivi-like. A little bit closer. All right, and we'll come back and we'll do more with Vivi here shortly, I think. Ah. Yeah, not a bad first start here with Vivi, just hanging out on his sitting on the ground on his butt. Now let's see. Oh, for the layout, you'll probably want to be further down here like that. And by the way, because I'm so focused on the art and looking down, unfortunately, it makes it kind of hard to look at chat sometimes. So if I miss anything that you guys say, I apologize. But if you want to call in, if you've really got something you want to say and you want to be heard, and we can just, you know, chat, we can do that too. Baku, if you want to call me, you want to call and hang out, buddy? Let's see. All right, so then we'll just, yeah, let's rename this layer. Okay. Just a bunch of boring gamers, so this chat's probably not too interesting anyway. Oh, I disagree. I think you guys would be surprised. Alright, so then hanging out next to Vivi, we've got Mog. You don't want to hear your accent? I mean, I would be really interested in that, actually. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Yeah, because Steiner's magic sword attack, he uses Vivi's magic for it. It's been so long since I played 9, I didn't even remember that. That's really cool. So I think Mog would look a little bit smaller than Vivi. So I feel like as far as scale goes, Mog standing up here would probably be about the right height. I think. Accidentally hit the screen with the with the tablet as I was typing here. All right. Moogle images, yeah. Oh god. Oh man, could you imagine a digital Final Fantasy universe in which computers work and they use Moogle search? That would be pretty awesome, wouldn't it? You already want this on a shirt, coffee mug, mousepad, poster, mask, whatever I got. You know, I was thinking that that could be a thing that we could do, if this turns out well. I mean, or I could just put Vivi on a shirt and get DMCA'd. All right, let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and I think Moogle would look about right here-ish. But what should Moogle be doing? Let's use... You know what? Actually, I think would be really awesome if we had a Moogle, like, holding a book. I could do that. I was thinking it'd be pretty pretty adorable though. If I could have it like taking a nap on Vivi. Could you imagine that? Like it just like laying over next to Vivi and like just yeah, a little snooze bubble or something. It'd be super cute, right? We don't have to imagine. You're gonna show us. That's exactly right. Let's do that. Alright, so I feel like a Moogle would be pretty tiny. And also probably pretty fat. Oh, whoops. Am I drawing on the... I am drawing on the VV layer. Let's fix that. That always happens. It's alright. Just a happy little accident here. Alright, there we go. Got ourselves a Moogle layer now. And actually, what I was gonna do when I realized I was on the same layer, what I was gonna do is actually see if I could... Come on, Moogle. Bring him in a little bit closer to Vivi. I'll probably want to put him behind Vivi, actually. That way, Vivi can overlap a little bit. Hey, Duo, thank you so much for the bits there, dude. Hero of the purple, savior of the RPG. That which cannot be rivaled in RPGology. Thank you so much, dude. Much appreciated. Alright, so... Little Moogle cat ears. Kind of like that. Super cute. Yeah. Here, let's zoom in a little bit here. Get a better view of our Moogle pal here. There we go. Okay, I feel like that looks decent-ish for a Moogle. And then... Moogles... Okay, there we go. Have this weird little, tuft of fur. Kind of right in there, like a little scarf. They also have... Did they have a little tail? I thought they had a tail. But no, I guess... No, Moogles don't have tails. They got wings. So if I was laying on my wings, what would I do with them? Like, if I was a sleeping Moogle, if I was an extremely adorable sleeping Moogle, what would I do? Well, part of me thinks... Part of me thinks that the position's not quite right here. There. That seems a bit more correct. Yeah, they'd be like laying flat or something. But I mean, they're kind of like bat wings, right? And when bats are sleeping, they wrap themselves up, right?
Welcome to the Super Friends.
Hey, Minus Inferno, thank you so much for that subscription. And welcome to the Super Friends. Much appreciated. There. So, I mean, would a Moogle with bat wings kind of wrap up too? And how would that work with arms? With arms, I don't... They are pretty tiny wings, that's true. Well, thank you so much, Minus Inferno. I really appreciate it. It's good to have you here. And they got tiny little feet. So I feel like their tiny little Moogle feet would probably stick up if they were sleeping really comfortably. Kind of like when a cat sleeps, I guess, in a way. If they're laying on their back. Super happy Moogle. It's a very chunky Moogle. Maybe the feet should be a little bit lower than that. I'm not super happy with the way those feet look, actually. Let's get rid of them. It's a Moogle loaf, pretty much. It's a Moogle bean. All right, so let's go ahead and say this Moogle's gonna have his... Whoops. Let's go ahead and have his Moogle's arms kind of folded here. Maybe tucked up under that tuft of fur. Okay. Yeah, we'll just say that the wings are kind of open, but kind of curved around his big old belly. Also, kind of the way he's got his arms. And way too many Koopo nuts. Yeah, I feel like it should have like a little, little nose bubble coming out here or something. Actually, you know, I bet a Moogle would have little foot pads, kind of like a kitty. That's my guess. May not necessarily be canonically accurate, but this is my Moogle. And my Moogle gets to cuddle with Vivi. There we go. You think a smaller bubble? Here, let's move that up a little bit because his antennae thing is a little bit big. Yeah. There we go. Who's got the movie rights to my universe? Good question. Nobody. We're creating a Super Derek multiverse today. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. All the overlaps. I'll just say that there's some grass here in the foreground, and that's he's sleeping on a tuft of grass here. Next to Vivi. That's nice. Yeah. I like that a lot. Alright, so we've got ourselves... Someone redeemed the art, the draw something reward. Art stream on the art stream. Yo dog, I heard you like art streams. Alright, that's not too bad. That's not too shabby of a start. We're really only getting started. Not bad for... Well, I guess it's been about almost an hour. Time's been flying, I guess. Not too bad. You know, this is going to be a long stream, by the way. Art always takes a lot of time. And this might end up being a multi-part stream. I don't know. Especially with all these characters we got to get through. But, Next up, let's see. Who should we do following that? We got the Tonberry in the background. You know, Ryanku, that's something I will probably post it to the Discord. And if you guys want it there, you can. I'm thinking also putting it on maybe a t-shirt or something, or maybe a poster. I'm not really sure. So if you guys want something like to have to commemorate this stream, then we'll do something like that too. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get into the Super Derek Steiner. Let's see, what would I, as Steiner, look like here? A knight in shorts. Alright, I think we can do that. Let's see. Alright, we'll call him Super Steiner. Don't forget to make a new layer. You got it, man. Alright. And Super Steiner will be behind Vivi and Moogle. Alright. So Steiner is kind of a bulky dude. He's super bulk. But he does have sort of a... Yeah. He's actually got a kind of a smaller waist, but then his armor... I guess maybe it's his armor that just makes him look especially big. doesn't go out like that. It's like, kind of like that. Yeah, he's actually like he almost looks overweight in the game, but if you really look at it, he's actually got kind of a thinner waist. He's just his armor is bulky as heck, like comically so. He's got that Gigantor sword also. Let's see. If that were me, I'd be tired of holding it all the time. So I'd probably do something like where it's resting in the ground. Oh. No, don't turn on sticky keys. I'm just using the shift key. Windows, it's okay. Alright. His sword's kind of got an interesting guard on it, actually. It's kind of like... kind of like that. The number does not work? You've been trolled. It should work. Granted I've not used it before, but well, let me check here, because it... Okay, well, that's weird. The number has now changed? There, try that now? Hang on, let me continue sending into Skype. Oh, I actually have to pay. Okay, well, let me set this up real quick. Okay, hang on. I gotta switch to yeah, I didn't realize I had to pay for the number, because it was just like, oh, here's your number, and then it's like, okay, well, I guess I have a number now. All right, just a sec, guys. Let me switch to a scene where you, yeah, the waiting scene. That's what we'll do. All right. Yeah. Give me 5 minutes, and we'll set this up.
Welcome back to the game collection. I am SuperDerek, and this is Breath of Fire. You could say I've been looking forward to reviewing this game for quite a while now, and after playing through Highlight, I think I deserve a bit of a break. So, where to begin? I found this game years ago when I was looking for other games to scratch that RPG itch after I played through Earthbound. It's kind of funny because Lufia left me feeling a bit burned, but Breath of Fire was a breath of fresh air. But before I get too far into this, I should warn you. With this game in particular, the nostalgia factor for me is in full effect, and despite my best efforts to remain impartial, I can't guarantee that this review is going to be entirely unbiased.
Alright, it should be good to go now. Alright, so... Oh, wait. And it's still not the right number. Alright, so my new number... 75... 79... 4852. There we go. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that number actually should link up to my Skype account. Because apparently I was in a rush and... there it is. Hey, how's it going?
Hey there, Derek. Long time viewer, but first time caller.
Oh, is that right?
That is absolutely right, Derek.
How's it going, Baku?
Doing good, man. I was like, look, you got a number on the screen. I'm gonna have to call.
Yeah, I mean, I should have.
Into the Derek show.
I should have put in a 900 number for you.
I will still call.
Oh man, how are you doing?
So, I'm doing good, man. I just met up with some local streamers, and we had a great night out.
Did you really?
So glad. I was honestly a little worried about meeting some folks up, but you know, they seem like extremely cool on stream. So I was like, okay, you know what? Like we can go out for a drink in DC. Like it should be fine. So the three of us met up, and it was super chill.
Well, you didn't invite me, man. Why not?
What are you talking about? I've invited you down to my area like so many fucking times. Excuse you.
Whoa, F-bombs on my channel.
Whoa.
We're gonna... Is that legal to cuss on the internet?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, nobody told me that. And here I've not been saying the F-bomb this entire time when I could have been saying it every day.
Well, you gotta bleep it out in post-production.
Oh, that's right. That's what I gotta do.
I work in cable TV, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Cable TV? What's that?
Okay. Cable TV? Okay, no, I mean, I think that's a joke with like a John Oliver and who was it, like Stephen Colbert? Because Stephen Colbert's on like basic TV, so like he can't really do all the cussing. So
oh yeah, but John Oliver, yeah, he goes all out.
I remember like he just like goes into like I think it was Stephen Colbert. It might have actually been. No, I think it was Stephen Colbert. We were just like going like bonkers. He's like, oh, what? I'm used to cable TV.
Yeah.
No, if you were to come by my area, I would just give you this 100% dedicated their time. There would be nobody else. Your wife is welcome to join, but it would just be us.
That sounds like a lot of fun, actually. You know, now that I've got my COVID shot and everything, trips to places are back on the menu. So, I don't know what that looks like exactly right now because I haven't actually gone anywhere, but I've been at least eyeballing the idea of maybe some road trips to visit some people down in Texas and you know, I got family up in Pennsylvania, so DC really isn't all that far away.
Jeez, that's a road trip and a half. So you're gonna, I mean, which way are you gonna go first? See, that's the problem with where you are, right? Like you can't go from like coast to coast very easily. You have to. Oh,
there are many.
You have to take left, east or west first.
There are many more problems about where I live than that, my friend.
Well, let's just start with us. You gotta start small.
I was gonna say the stream can only be so long in the day, right? You gotta pick your battles.
Yeah, basically. You gotta start small, and you can't solve world peace, but you can feed a child. I guess that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
We have Nianku. How's it going? Moonlight Baku Night. What does that mean?
I don't know. What does that mean? Moonlight Baku Night? Like moonlighting as Baku, or are you moonlighting on my stream, Baku? Is that what you're doing here? Is that what?
I am mooning you from across the country. Yes.
Oh, okay.
You can't see it, but I don't know. I just woke up. I woke up, ate something, went back to sleep. Saturdays are great.
What time is it even over there right now? It's like 2-ish, right?
It's 2:01, so you're pretty close. Yeah.
Pretty close, yeah. All right.
Okay, but if you were to come by my area, what would you want to do?
Gosh. So you remember that time we played Jackbox games?
Yeah.
Probably play Jackbox games again. In person this time.
Is that?
Yep. Yep. Just
of all the things you can do, you drive all the way over and play Jackbox.
Yep. No, but seriously, I think, gosh, I think honestly, like you've been talking about the local cuisine quite a bit lately, you know, and I am, much to my dismay, don't really exactly have much here to eat, so I figure we'll go on like a food tour of DC. You can take me to all the places that's bad for my diet.
So is that like the other parts of the problems of where you that you were talking about?
It's one of the many problems, yes.
I can help that. I can help with that. Not with your local area, but I mean, take you around. Yeah, I can totally help with that.
That's awesome.
But what would be like your top 3 like things? Like assume that you can eat basically anything. What would be like the top 3 things you would want to try?
Oh man. Gosh, I mean, honestly, like I've always been ascribed to the notion of like, you know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Like I obviously don't want to like go to DC and then eat at an Applebee's, you know. So
no worries.
And as a result of that,
I'm not cheap like that. We're gonna go to TGIF. We're gonna have ourselves a good time.
yeah. That's go to Outback Steakhouse. Go to Red Lobster. Oh yeah. You remember back in the 90s when?
Definitely.
You remember back in the 90s when Red Lobster used to be like considered decadent, or at least.
Oh my god.
Oh,
yeah. Outback with like, you know, like luxury food items. That blooming onion, my god, what a baller.
Oh man. Crazy, right? It's funny
how I
how
remember being a kid and like wanting to drag my mom there just because like of the commercials and such, and she'd be like, we can make this at home, and she did, and ever since I never asked her to take me anywhere. True story. That actually happened.
Oh, you actually wanted to go to Outback?
Yeah, like when I was a kid, you saw like the blooming onion because it looked so cool, right? They're like, oh, introducing the blooming onion, and like that close up and it's perfectly fried, and you're like, oh my god, mom, I want to go there. and she was like, just for that? Like, yeah, it looks so cool. It's like, we can make this at home. We're not going.
Yeah. I mean.
And I hate it, but now I'm like that too. I'm like, I can make that at home. I don't want to.
I know. And the thing is, like, I've been that way about like pretty much every steakhouse. Is like, man, I really want to just go to a steakhouse, and I'm like, wait a second, I cook a better steak than they do. Why would I go there and spend 3 times as much for the same cut of meat, and then I could just grill it myself and not overcook it.
Right, and for less.
For less, yes.
And for less.
I mean, Amy and I still don't make it out of the butcher shop like without spending $100 on like I mean, let's be real here. We don't spend less. We don't save money. We just eat better things when we make it ourselves.
You know what? That is true. I mean, the only problem is, of course, you have to clean out yourself. But hey, that's perfectly fine. But okay, I will take you to get some Virginia ham because that's what Virginia's known for, apparently. We'll get some like Maryland crab because that's apparently what it's known for. Even though I don't know like any good places to eat either things, and then I'll take you to like one good place.
Okay. I mean, I've had some nor'eastern, lobster and crab and stuff. So I've had that at least from the area. When I was visiting my parents and stuff, we went out to Ocean City. Is that what it's called?
Ocean City.
It's kind of
that's Maryland. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a old-timey tourist spot that's now kind of like low-key pretty cool, but not super popular anymore. Or maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know.
I always get Ocean City and Virginia Beach mixed up because they're sort of like, in the area kind of, except one is way up north and one is way down south in DC. We don't really have good water around here, no. We got people who are suckers for Japanese food, apparently. And yes, DC food is a great variety. It is a melting pot down here.
Yeah, that's kind of like the opposite of what I have here in Kansas. Here I have, I have a variety of places I could go for chicken fried steak and country fried steak and chicken fried chicken.
I told people from we were talking about cooking steaks at one time, and I was telling people, we just basically deep fried everything, and somebody says, well, yeah, of course, you're Americans, just deep fried everything, fried cheese, fried cakes. I bet you guys even fry your steaks. And I was like, actually, yeah.
Actually, it's pretty good. It's like, hey, don't be talking about my fried steaks now.
I think he was really trying to be sarcastic. I'm like, no, dude, we totally fry. That is the thing here.
Yep. Actually, I'm not even a fan of chicken fried steak, to be totally honest. I'm a terrible Midwestern boy.
Oh my God, no! You are ashamed to every Midwesterner.
I really am.
Midwesterner?
Midwestern. I think that's a thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like Middle Easterner, but a little, different.
Okay, so being that you're from the Midwest, what is your favorite thing from the Midwest? You have to redeem yourself here a little bit.
Oh, I mean, the quality of the beef here is unparalleled. Like, have you been to the Midwest before?
I have not. So I'm actually asking now. I'm probing. I'm trying to figure out where to go.
Oh, well, you don't want to go anywhere. I mean, you just end up here. But while you're stuck here, you should definitely eat some of the beef that we have here. It's so good, man.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's like, I mean, when I was out in Seattle, that was the one thing that I really missed is like
How lewd!
The relative inexpensiveness of the beef compared to like everywhere else. It's just abundant, or at least it was until COVID, and then it's expensive everywhere. But yeah, that's pretty much it, really. Oh yeah, and the fresh produce is actually really good.
So you mean to tell me that however many hours it takes to drive over there is what I need to do? Okay.
Yeah, for however many hours, all you gotta do is go over here and grow your own tomatoes and corn and sweet corn to get that real. Because I mean, that's the thing. Like, our best food is stuff that like you don't buy in a supermarket. Like we got like my grandma. She's like 95 years old, still maintains her own garden, and the stuff she grows out of that is unparalleled to anything you buy in a supermarket. Because it's all, picked when it's ripe and not like before it's ripe in order to allow it to like survive long haul journeys and trucks across the United States, you know? That's...
Man, fresh produce. You know, I've had something like that back in like Hong Kong, where like basically with the geography of Hong Kong, like you don't grow anything in Hong Kong. It's super expensive. Land is super expensive. Like just a small, tiny apartment would go up into like the millions easily, right? And so there's no farming happening there. But
Yeah.
about 40 minutes up north, once you enter like China, like mainland China, like you start seeing farms. So we would actually get stuff from there. So it's not like hours of trucking, but you know, it's within an hour of you're getting fresh like produce. So I do remember getting like some super good stuff from like local markets there, and how different it tasted here. All the vegetables just like loses that sort of like fresh quality, and it's hard to explain.
Yeah, it tastes
definitely a thing.
more like tomatoes taste more tomatoey, corn tastes sweeter and more like
Right.
corn. Everything else is just kind of muted flavors, and you don't realize it until you've actually eaten something fresh out of somebody's garden. You know, lettuce I can take it or leave it. Even at its best, it's like, oh yeah, it tastes like lettuce. but there are some
everything just
things.
tastes more dead here.
Yeah, there are definitely some things that just there's no substitute for. So that's, I guess, the one thing that's redeemable about the Midwest so far, is that being able to eat like really good produce and beef and stuff is really nice.
Well, and of course the fact that Derek's out in the Midwest, we all know that's like the #1 attraction.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to brag, but somebody did come down from Chicago and actually met up with me at Buffalo Wild Wings yesterday. You know,
Really?
that was actually really fun. I mean, he wasn't here for me. He just happened to be a viewer of the show who happened to be stopping by because he was actually, you know, spent some time here at college, and he was coming by for actually a D&D thing with his friends. I was like, oh man, that sucks. I miss D&D so much. Left my troop back in.
Traveling for D&D. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, they were doing like a retreat, and it's not like these are some like I want to say some dudes in like their mid 40s actually getting together to do D&D, so you know that they're doing it right. It was a lot of fun. It was awesome getting to meet these guys.
So travel is back on the table now, right? Travel is back on the table. It's not just like, well, imagine in a world without COVID, what kind of fun stuff we can do.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm vaccinated. I'm pretty safe to do whatever I feel like is worth my time. So I feel like that's gonna be something that I want to do soon. You know, I've been cooped up here for a while, and it'd be nice to not have to be cooped up anymore.
By the way, your community is demanding Discord D&D sessions.
The community is demanding Discord D&D session. How does one do that? I mean,
you could definitely do that. There are ways to put the maps on whoever DMs can put the map on. There's this one website, and you can have all your tokens, and you can put all your spells. Yeah, D20. Yeah, I'll say Roll20. Roll20.
oh, Roll20.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that's why I played some one shots with people.
How did you like it?
It's a super good place.
How did you like? I knew you were playing D&D on your streams sometimes. How did you enjoy that?
What are you talking about? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't stream.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Everybody, make sure you check out Buckus on JRPG over on Twitch. He's a super swell fellow, very humble. Pretends that he doesn't stream, but he's actually super cool dude.
You know, we're just doing podcast in your stream now, right? This is what this.
That's kind of what that's turned into a little bit, yeah.
We talk more about you.
So Baku, what are you streaming right now, by the way?
Oh, no, you're not. You're not turning this around. I have no idea what you're talking about. But also, yes, the Row 20 is super cool, and Trails SC is going to end at some point. That's
At some point, it's gonna. You think? Did that game have an end? I don't remember. It's been so long. Did it ever end? I think I'm still playing it.
I am at chapter 7, so maybe 5 more sessions of play will get me there. Because chapter 8, I've heard, is super long.
I was gonna say it probably depends a little bit, at least on at least a little bit depends on how many people raid you every day. How much time you have to spend. Hello, I'm introducing myself for the 17th time today because I got another raid.
I love the love, but I hate not being able to, like, I guess it's the thing that we talked a little bit about before, right? Like, at what point do you have so many people? Talking about you, not me. I'm just a humble, like, 2-viewer, channel.
Sure.
But you, at what point are you at a point where you're large enough where you're like, hey, within reason, I cannot read everybody's message. There's just no humanly way for me to read everything and play games at the same time. Like, what is even that number? Right?
I have no idea what that number is. I think it also is going to have to do with like how active chat is. I feel like we have a pretty chill community here, but when people start, like, when we get to the point where people are just going to spam like emotes and spam things in general that don't need to be read, and people shouting out into the void without the expectation of getting responses, I think that's when things start going completely crazy. Like YouTube chat. Have you ever seen a YouTube live stream?
I have, yes.
It's crazy. People are shouting like, okay, so here, this is probably an odd comparison, but I feel like you've seen depiction of like dudes at a strip club, right? And they're all just kind of sitting back, chilling, enjoying the experience. That's like Twitch, at least when I'm streaming anyway. But then you've seen depictions of like women at a strip club, and they're like shouting and hollering and oh my god, going nuts and stuff. And that's the YouTube chat. It's like,
I don't know what kind of picture you're drawing for us. I don't mean it like literally. I mean mentally.
I don't really know where I'm going with that either, but I feel like basically the point is it's a much rowdier experience, even though they're like technically supposed to be similar experiences. But one is just by and large just unruly and wily and crazy. But I don't know. Maybe I never actually been to a ladies strip club Actually, I've never been to any strip club, to be totally honest. But so I'm just basing this off of secondhand experiences.
So is that what we're doing? We're going to a gentleman club. We're going to go to
yes.
That's experience that for the first time together, Derek.
Oh man, that's what we should do. Just go to a gentleman's club. I'll wear my top hat. and my monocle.
COVID, like all the strippers are like just bare naked except they have a mask on,
Oh Jesus!
Workplace safety matters. Especially if you have to do a lap dance. Like, okay, but you have to put your mask on before I get near you.
Yep.
Also, yes, Night Derek looks amazing.
Oh, does he? Oh, thank you. I've barely been paying attention.
It looks like he skipped leg day. What's going on?
Oh, it's because I'm basing him off of Steiner from Final Fantasy IX, and Steiner has skipped leg day every day of his life. It's impressive that he can stand up, given like that weight of armor.
Right.
Like, and he's like wearing shorts too, which is kind of funny. It's almost like he's wearing jorts actually. Yeah, that's Steiner's wearing jorts in my reference photo.
I have to take a look at hey, there's a host.
Thank you for that host there, Shy Sumo. Much appreciated.
I need to grab a picture of Steiner because I can't remember what he looks like. Like, I remember the silly hat roughly, but nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they gave Steiner jorts, but I feel like it was a very stylistic choice for the time. He's got like chainmail. He's got like chainmail over his jorts. It looks like Kevin Smith if he was teleported back to to a different era.
He's protecting all the places that matters. I gotta see this. Oh, okay. I just remember the stupid feather. He's got like little like chainmail by the shoulder too. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And while he's totally wearing jocks, yeah.
Yes. Just the craziest jorts you ever saw.
But okay, so that's FF9, is that it?
Yeah, Final Fantasy 9. Yeah. That's
absolute best FF.
Oh, you're asking about best Final Fantasy?
The best.
Yeah, okay. I'll stand by that. I think
I'm gonna throw Derek all the tough questions now.
I mean, you can throw them at me. I won't be able to back them up though because I haven't played Final Fantasy 9 in a very long time.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't played it in. I mean, I've been streaming and doing YouTube since 2013 now, and every game I've played during that time, I've given it a review. So the last time I actually played Final Fantasy, last time I actually played Final Fantasy 9 was a good long while ago.
Looks like we've got a new game that we can put on the jukebox.
Well, I was hoping to actually play it like a normal person would play it at some point,
Really, Derek playing a game like a normal person. That's impressive.
I mean, it took a while, but I'm finally replaying, the Mother 3 after all this time. I hadn't played it since it came out, basically, or since the English patch came out, anyway.
I am super stoked that you're playing Mothers, by the way.
Are you really?
It just seems like no, because that seems like something that you're like super stoked about. You are really enjoying yourself. It's like I don't know that Arc Rising something or another, or that Quest and then some number after that, whatever that game was. Yeah, watch footage between those games and like you playing Mother, and it's not hard to see like what you like and what you don't like, right?
Do I wear it on my face?
Oh, easily, yeah. I don't think you were really trying to hide it. So,
I mean, you might be right.
that's like a level of disdain on your face when you're playing like Quest 64. Like you're a good sport, you're laughing it off. But I'm like, yeah, he's not enjoying himself. Nick can play that game some more. It
was something that I. Oh man, it was something I was doing because I needed to, but it wasn't my choice. I mean, it literally was not my choice. It was voted upon by all the subscribers at the time for the next game to go into Jukebox Hero Night, and that was. Oh man, let's just say I'm really glad that it's only like a 20-hour RPG,
Was it really 20 hours? That's just like, oh, excuse my French, but it felt like it felt like 5 months.
I mean,
20 hours?
It did get dragged out for a long time because it was Jukebox Hero, but yeah, it's only like a 20-hour RPG, maybe even less actually. But a lot of people don't like it, so they switch the game every time it gets to it. Other people really like to see me suffer, so they switch the game to it every time they got the chance.
Echo attack.
So
Echo attack.
I mean,
no, I'm telling you that I keep switching you back to it so you can finally finish it.
Yeah.
Me and Mr. plan was to just keep consistently make you play quest, because you're just gonna keep dragging on if you don't finish it. Just play it, just get it done. You're never gonna remove it.
Yeah,
unless you're done.
it's
So
true.
The only way to get you to stop playing it is for you to just hurry up and finish it. So we just kept keep going back, go back to quest.
So you're
No
like,
switching games.
so
Go
you,
back to quest. Just
so I
finish
mean,
it.
it was a nice idea, but you're like the kind of person who was like trying to put an animal out of its misery after it had been hit by a car, in a way. Like, yeah, this is the situation he's in, and you know, we're just trying to get it through the pain as quickly as possible. You know, it's gonna happen on its
Basically,
own,
yeah.
but with our intervention, it'll suffer less.
I like the kind of metaphors that you've got today. First a stripper, now like killing off animals.
Well, you know, I mean, it's a family stream.
Usagi's here. Hello, Usagi, and Mr. J, and Duel. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm here.
All kinds of people.
We're chatting with Derek today.
Hey, Usagi's also here. That's awesome. It's good to have everybody here.
All the
I
way
feel
from
bad
the
because
Philippines.
and I'm glad that you're calling in because I actually have somebody to talk to, because it's hard to keep up with the chat when I'm focused on like the actual drawing side of an art stream. So
So
I
what
hope.
you're saying is you just need a shitty co-host.
I mean, I don't need one, but I benefit from one. I'm just you know, I'm bad at this. This is what my newest form of art, you know, my newest stream. Yeah. All right, so
I like the new chat, by the way. It looks good.
thank you. It's not permanent yet.
do.
It's kind of a test run. It's a
Experimental.
yeah, it's kind of a test run for the chat right now, to make sure that it doesn't, you know, freak out, it doesn't break when people do stuff, you know, because I programmed it, and I'm not a programmer. I've said this before about something else, I don't remember what, but anyways, I programmed this with HTML and CSS, and I'm not a web dev, so I have no confidence in its ability to like not break. So I'm hoping
I mean,
that if I just kind of ease
Great.
into it, you know, we'll see if it does anything cool or anything dumb, and you know, I can make adjustments as needed.
I think it looks amazing. I was like, whoa, what is he using to do this? I still haven't had a chance to talk to you about that thing that we were going to talk about.
Yeah.
But I'll bother you about that later. But yes, seeing Usagi's face every time she types something is incredible.
So I think that yeah.
She's not going to type anything.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's one of the really my favorite things about it is that you can actually put a face to it when people are talking now.
Yes.
Which-
I really like that. I was looking at it, I was like, wow, that is really awesome.
Okay, Shaisumo asked
Yeah,
me a
what do you
question
say?
here: is which one do I think is the worst Final Fantasy that I've ever played? The worst Final Fantasy I've ever played?
That's a good question.
I mean, I have answers, but here's the thing, though. I haven't played a Final Fantasy game in as long as I've been doing reviews, right? So, and I didn't play games very critically prior to starting my reviews. So, so that's like that's a tough question to try to answer, I think. You know, because
How about we reword that instead of saying the worst, because it sounds so objective when you think that's the worst. How about just the one you like the least based on your recollection?
I like
No
that.
hard-
I
no
like that a
hard
lot.
reviews.
I like that a lot. Thank you for providing that out.
That's what co-hosts do. I don't know. I just feel like you need me, sir.
This is brilliant. You're hired. Final Fantasy 12 by a country mile. Final Fantasy 12. Maybe Mystic Quest could be in there too. But 12 was the one that I was like, I didn't like anybody in 12. I hated all of the characters of 12, and I hated the gameplay of 12. Yeah, that's it. 12. It changed everything. 11, I didn't ever play it. 14, I never played it. 13, never played it. 15, haven't played it. So I can't like say anything about those games. The last ones that I played were, 10 and 10-2 and 12. And 10-2 was
so
better than 12.
You dislike 12 more than 10-2. That's saying a lot.
Yeah. I mean, when I, or at least at the time, with using that easy out that you gave me. So at the time, I just really didn't care for the MMO sort of battle mechanics that they introduced. Where you don't even like choose your attacks really. Or you don't choose your standard attacks. You navigate menus while your character auto battles, and you like run around on the overworld map, and it just get close to an enemy and oh, you're fighting, I guess. I would have preferred a straight up action RPG instead of that at the time. But yeah, I mean, but that was me using it, using my expectations of the Final Fantasy series at the time as the barometer, right?
Right.
So who knows if I would like it now or not? I probably would, honestly, because my horizons have changed a lot over the last several years.
Yeah, and you may you might like or dislike it even years after that when and if you play it again, right? Like every time you play the game, you may have a different experience. You have different references in life that you can sort of like bounce back on. So your feeling about it it's gonna change. So
yeah. Video games are something that you experience in the context of your own life experience, right? I feel like we've probably touched on that before, but yeah, I feel that having broadened my horizons, I'll probably enjoy it a whole lot more than I did last time. Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah, also Derek didn't play the Zodiac Age, so it's going to be a little different. I didn't play the Zodiac Age either. I played the old school game when it just came out in port, straight from Japan, and did not have a good time at all. I had a miserable time. I think that's like the first FF that I didn't have the will to finish. It was just so long and tedious.
Which one are you talking about?
12.
Oh, so you also didn't really care for 12?
No, for much for the same reasons, actually.
It's interesting because I don't hear that very often. I hear a lot of people, like it's a meme for people to dog on the Final Fantasy X, voice acting and stuff, which is pretty unfair, I think. But then, like, I never hear anybody like say anything bad about 12, except for how much they hate Vaughn. I mean, I hate Vaughn too, but I hate everybody in that game.
12 is bad in a way that it is just so mediocre, right? So
kind of generic.
And it was like the first game where they took forever to develop too.
Yeah.
And hence started like a whole trend of since like FF taking basically forever to develop. Like prior to that, like 7, 8, 9 were relatively quick, like 4, 5, 6 were within like a year apart. And then 7 and 12, it was like 3, 4 years development, and then 15 was like a decade.
Yeah.
Not really, but it felt like a decade. And so started a trend of this like bad project management practice, and everyone switched over to Agile, and Square Enix is still waterfalling, and it shows.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot I can unpack on FF12, but it started like a weird spiral.
Well, wasn't that also one of the first to be developed without Sakaguchi at all?
Yes, because right around that time was Spirit Within, and that was the last that was the last straw with Sakaguchi and Square Enix relationship, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Which unfortunately for him, it didn't work out. He had a great vision. Like, he's a visionary, right? Like, and you know, you can tell. But his execution, though, just, you know, they're kind of hit or miss. Yeah, I respect him as a visionary, but just the kind of things that he ends up doing sometimes just don't really hit the spot.
Yeah. Have you tried out Fantasian yet? Speaking of Sakaguchi.
Oh, that game that you had done a review of recently.
Yeah, well, I mean, not a full review. I did an impressions video on it. Yeah, but yeah, what have you had a chance to try it out yet? It's, I mean, the thing is locked to the Apple Arcade, so I don't know if you even have a device to play it on, but I didn't.
Yeah, I don't have the device to play it on. That's what's really stopping me. But it looks great. It looks great. But here lies like the problem again with the execution. It's just, that's always something with this guy. Like, he's always picking the least accessible system for his games, and I don't know why he keeps doing that to himself. It's Sakaguchi, right? Like,
yeah.
He did like Mistwalker. Was it Mistwalker?
Yeah, Mistwalker, and they did everything on the Xbox 360 and like abandoned like their Japanese fan base.
Because that's a system of choice for people who play JRPG. Like, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't get it. I'm like, you are a brilliant man, but also you do really foolish things, and I don't understand you, Sakaguchi.
Yeah, that's a fact. I'm having trouble with this stupid Babam's feet. Why are Babam feet so difficult? Oh, maybe it's because I'm trying to give them legs, and they shouldn't have legs.
I'm like watching you draw that over and over again. It's actually pretty zen.
It's pretty zen.
Yeah, it's pretty zen. Just watching you draw the feet over and over again.
Well, I'm glad to see that you're a fan of. I mean, are you just in it for the Babam feet pics? Is that why you're calling, or?
I mean, whatever gets my day going, you know. It's like a
I'm not judging. I'm just curious.
Like it,
I'm just curious. Do I need to add some toes to this Babam?
I don't think toes is necessary.
How lewd!
How lewd!
I was watching G4 on YouTube earlier the other day. By the way, how awesome is it? That's a thing. And I was watching this thing by Adam Sessler called "Are there any good Sonic 3D games, or any good 3D Sonic games?" And it was pretty funny because like
that you sketch something.
Oh gosh, somebody demanded that I sketch something. A bomb toes. God no. All right. Yeah, we'll.
Well, if you sketch those bomb toes, please check out the impression videos for Fantasian on YouTube.
All right. Well, let's. The people demand it, so y'all are weird. All right, let's hang on. Let's set this up here real quick. We'll do a quick 60-second distraction-free. Oh gosh, I don't even know I can't even do this with because I broke things. My timer is dead. Hang on, I have an idea. Okay, Baku, do you have a timer? as my co-host?
I do. Is this co-host duty? Okay, what? Hopefully that doesn't break my phone and computer at the same time.
give me a 60-second timer if you could, and let me know when it's rolling.
Okay. 1 second. Let me delete this timer. Okay. Ready, set, go.
All right. There we go. I gotta draw this for 60 seconds, even though I'm done. So maybe here, I'll just,
You have 20 more seconds.
I got 20 more seconds. Crap, I got so much time to fill.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, you do. 10.
There we go. I think
2, 1.
we made it.
Wow.
So-
That's impressive. I need a dope.
All right, back to the actual art. Thank you so much for redeeming Babom Toes. Oh man.
Well, what a weird fetish to want to get stepped on by Bomb. I mean, I won't judge you, but it is a little odd. you like what you like. Yeah, TOS, man. Go watch for that TOS.
The heart wants what the heart wants. So I'm thinking that this Babom is gonna be the pink Babom from Super Mario, Paper Mario. God, what was it called? Was it Paper Mario 64? Bombette. Yeah.
That's cute.
Let's see. So I think.
Also, it's totally gonna like blow itself up. So.
Yeah. So I think Bombette actually had like a little. Like it's almost like a ponytail or something based on the depictions that I'm seeing here, in reference photos. I think. Yeah. Here, and we'll give her a little Bombette eyelashes there.
That's cute.
There we go. So there, it kind of all comes back to JRPG heroes and characters. Yeah. Here, I think we need to size this up a little bit differently here. Because I don't think Bombette would be that big, would she? Here, well,
That's a good question.
we'll place her right about there and casually hide the fact that the sword going into the ground looks really bad there for now. Yeah. All right, we're getting some good progress here. All right, so we've got 4 characters sketched out of a bunch. We've got so many characters. Okay, so let's rename her to Bombette.
So what's the plan for today, anyway?
My plan for the day, or the plan for the stream, or what do you mean?
Well, let's start with your stream because you're doing that right now.
Well, my plan for the stream was, man, maybe I just got to get through drawing everybody, like just the sketch, and then we can actually maybe do another stream where I go into color, you know? That might be the thing that I do. I was kind of just gonna play it by ear, but we have been streaming for almost 2 hours now, and I'm only 4 characters down and like 6 left to go, so but I'm actually really enjoying this, so I don't know, I have no idea. Then after this, my plan was to at some point do an unboxing video of a book that I was sent called the Guide to Japanese Role-Playing Games. Have you heard of that?
What?
Have you seen that book?
Okay, so I've got to tell you, as soon as they say the guide to Japanese blank, I'm like, depending on what the next word is, it could be TOS. Because I don't trust Japanese people when it comes to this. It's like the guide to Japanese bondage, which, by the way, probably totally exists out there.
You know, you're probably right.
Anybody's a thing.
But,
Yeah, so
but we're not going to talk about that because TOS.
The guide to Japanese Okay, no, I have not heard of that. What is the Guide to Japanese RPG?
Well, I'm gonna find out. I haven't, looked at the book yet, but it's a book that I've gotten, so I'm gonna do an unboxing, and then I'll probably read it and then do a review of it later on. But it's basically a tome covering like the history and the development of a bunch of different RPGs, and it's all about JRPGs. So I gotta have it, because
I feel like I need this in my life now.
well, check out Bitmap Books on online, because the book just launched, and you can probably they even have a collector's edition that comes with like. I mean, I don't know if I would personally spring for the collector's edition because it didn't look all that extra, but it does have like a flash drive that's like got this heart-shaped, kind of thing going on, and you plug it in, and it's got a bunch of demos for Japanese RPGs that are in development. But
wow, is this from England? It looks like it's from England.
yeah,
From the UK.
yeah, bitmapgames.co.uk or something like that. Or bitmapbooks.co.uk or something like that.
Ooh, and it's not that expensive, but I bet shipping will hurt.
Yeah, shipping might hurt. I don't know. I was sent a copy for review, so that's or not for review, but for well, I guess a review copy. I mean, to do with it, what I had told them that I was hoping I could do, the unboxing and then a potential review of it.
Wow. It has a save your progress bookmark.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
Oh, that's neat. Okay, I don't know about the thumb drive, is kind of whatever, but the save your progress bookmark, that's awesome. I would buy that just to have that.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, this is like the second time that you're convinced me to spend necessarily on things.
Well, I mean, what can you really call it unnecessary though? Can you really call the bribe unnecessary though? You've tried it now. What's your?
I have not tried it yet.
You haven't tried it yet? Oh my gosh! Why not?
I've been too lazy to buy butane.
Yeah, I mean, getting some butane,
and I'm like, I don't want to order it on Amazon.
Yeah, ordering the butane and getting your hands on some is a pain, especially when you go to a shop that has it and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god. So I promised I'll send stuff out to people, and it's been like 2 weeks and I still haven't done it. It's so bad.
Wait, what now?
It's just been like a rough 2 weeks. Okay, so I had a drawing, right? And I said I'll send. I had a thing, and I had like 3 items that I'll send out to people on a drawing, and then I told them I'll send it out. Now get this, out of all the people who were there, okay, one of them lives in Germany, one of them lives in Australia, and that's the biggest item. And the one who has like the smallest, tiniest package, that's going somewhere in the States. So I'm just like, you've got to be shitting me. I just sent it all the way to Australia.
Is it? Oh man,
dragging my feet a little bit. My God.
Who is it that's in Oz that they got to send something to?
So let's see.
Is it anybody I know?
There is one person here that you know who lives in the States. I won't say who, but a certain somebody in chat right now that I need to send something to. And then it's Master Fujin, who lives out in no, he doesn't live in Australia. He lives in New Zealand. So I'll just send it to New Zealand, which is yet a little bit further from Australia. And so it's just, ooh, damn it. And it's like a huge package too. Well, huge for what I have to send out for free. It's huge. And then one to Germany. Germany isn't too bad, but man, all the way to New Zealand, I was like, I hate this. I wish I thought about it a little bit more and say, okay, I'm sorry, but U.S. only. But it's too late now. Like, it's too
you're
late.
committed at this point.
But that'll do it. Yeah, lesson learned. next time you do a drawing, do US only. Because international shipping hurts.
Oh man.
But I guess that's a lesson for you too. I guess if you ever want to do like a drawing, like, oh hey, I'm gonna send something out like a Derek care pack. Maybe make it like US only, because you have international fan base and it sucks. But
I mean, it's awesome, but it's awesome to have an international fan base. But yeah, it can also be like extra, because you don't want to exclude anybody necessarily. Like you would feel bad to, but now that you're doing it, you're like, wow, this is actually, a much bigger pain, because you also have to pay like VAT or whatever it is when you bring it over, like the tariffs that they charge and stuff.
Oh, VAT. Well, if it's a gift, typically they won't charge you. Like they won't levy like an import tax or anything.
Oh, is that right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, typically it's a gift. It's kind of like PayPal not charging you like extra amount or something.
I mean, PayPal always charges you. I mean, they always charge somebody. It's just a matter of who gets charged, right? Like if you're sending it to a friend,
friends and family, they don't charge unless you have like a merchant account or something like that. I get charged all the time, so I don't know. I made a mistake the other day, so I went to a computer store to try to fix my PC because it was having issues. Like I was
big mistake. And
yeah, well, I bought a 3080 Ti.
You bought one for yourself now, or?
No, it was like $1,800, and I'm like, oh, did I tell you about that story?
I mean, you told me you bought one for your friend, but.
Okay, well, I walked into a Micro Center, right? And I was really just looking for an M.2 enclosure because I had an M.2 drive that I could take out, and because the Windows on the loop, so I couldn't get my stuff out. All my like OBS settings and all the themes, all that stuff is in my M.2, and I am not redoing all of that, right? So I'm like, okay, let me draw out that M.2, put it in an enclosure, back up everything, we'll put a fresh window, and done. I walked in, first thing I saw as I walked down the aisle to get to the enclosure, just a 3080 Ti staring at my face, just like a unicorn. And like at first I didn't know what to do. I'm like, is this real life? Am I seeing the one and only?
You're like, it's a Pokemon. Ti? It's a shiny. I gotta catch it.
Here's the sad thing, right? For anyone who knows like computer parts, okay, for anyone who knows computer parts, it's a Zotac.
Oh, I mean,
and even then.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 3080 Ti, 38. I mean, let's be honest. The real poor brand is. I was gonna say the real brand for the poor is just not having one. The real off brand right now is AMD graphics built in or Intel graphics built in.
Well, Intel's making their own graphics cards.
Yeah,
now,
it's still terrible.
So...
apparently it's awful. It's like it's still even the Intel graphics card doesn't even compete with like the built-in Ryzen graphics.
I don't. Well, I mean, unless they did a review that I didn't see, because I think what they have right now is the integrated graphics in the chip, but they haven't sent anything out that is the like the dedicated graphics.
No. There's OEMs that have it now, and ETA Prime recently ordered one of those with the actual dedicated card in it. It doesn't have like a fan or anything. It's just passive heatsink, passive cooling, and he compared it to a Ryzen, and it did really poorly.
Ooh, God. Like the APU, you mean? Like
no.
Compared to the APU, because the standard AMD chips
AMD APU. Yeah, standard AMD APU built in was wiping the floor with the dedicated Intel GPU. So if we were hoping for a savior, no. We don't
I
have.
thought that one's not for gaming. I thought that one is,
I mean,
they're gonna have like a dedicated like gaming line, like that.
Well, maybe
wasn't
so.
it, from what I remember, like they had. Like,
But what dedicated
codes for
GPU
it.
though at this point is not for some form of gaming, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if you have I mean, because Intel has dedicated built-in graphics for pretty much all of their lines, except for like there's a specific line that doesn't include onboard graphics. So as far as Intel is concerned, what's this for?
That is a good question. What is it for? Why did they have a dedicated graphics card that isn't for gaming?
I like.
That is a good question.
let's be real. I mean,
I was watching Tech Jesus. I was watching Steve like do the review.
Oh, from
and he
Gamers
was
Nexus,
talking
yeah.
About it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he was talking about it. He was like, okay, this SKU is not supposed to be like the gaming thing, so we're not going to subject it to like that like vigorous of a test. We're still waiting for like their competing card that would compete with like your 3060s and your 3070s, right? And that's the range that they're going for. So 3060s and 3070s. They're not going up to 3080s, 3090s at launch, at least. Is my understanding, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But just to complete the story for the GameStop experience, not the GameStop, the Micro Center experience, like walked in, saw the card, the guy walked up, like, well, are you interested in this card? And I'm like, oh yeah, of course I'm interested in the card. And then he's like, okay, well, I'll be right with you. And I was just sort of looking around again. Someone else came in and saw the card, and then at that time I wasn't sure if I was going to get it and for what reason I would get it.
No. I see where this is going.
At all.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, yo, it's like, they talk to GameStop. They say, hey, is this still available? And I just turned around and looked at them and said, nope, sorry, that's looking for. And at that moment, I'm like, I'm listening. I'm going to spend $1,800 for no reason, just because.
So do I get your hand-me-down? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I ended up selling it to a friend at cost.
Oh, so you
I didn't
did?
make any
Okay.
money. Yeah, I didn't make any money. I sold it at cost. Well, I made some money because I had the I used the credit card cashback. So like whatever cashback I made from the credit card company, which is like $40 or something like that. It's just like not bad. I'm like, okay, I made like $40, sure. But no, I truly didn't make any money at all. But I was going to tell you that, so I made the mistake of having him pay me through PayPal. I asked him to do Venmo. He's like, oh, I don't have Venmo. Do you have PayPal? I'm like, yeah, sure, PayPal works.
Uh-oh.
And then I ended up getting like $1,700 something, and I was like, okay, listen, buddy, I don't want to like be that guy, but yeah, PayPal just charged me. But I mean, he had no problem. He just paid extra, but like I felt bad.
Yeah.
Right? Because it was my fault for not remembering. But still, I'm like, I'm not losing money for you just so I can get a thing for you to have. Like, I'm gonna get my money back. And we'll ask for more, but I should get exactly what I paid out.
Yeah.
So he did. He paid me extra to cover the charges.
Yo, you scalper.
Look at me making that 2% off the card from the credit card company.
Yep.
I am a pro scalper.
God.
Yeah, but that was $1,800.
Oh man, that's crazy though.
RTX 3080 Ti.
Isn't it just a super weird world that we live in now, where that's what video games and cards are costing people just to. I mean, yeah, I mean they're better than they've ever been before, right? So like to an extent, like yeah, okay, and gaming is more relevant than it has been on PC for a long time, but still, like $2,000, that's a car, you know? People could be
okay.
I mean, not a good one,
like,
but
okay. So question, right, for you is, do you still think consoles are going to die anytime soon? Because I've been telling people this for the past decade, that consoles are not going anywhere. And I have gaming PC and console. I game on anything other than, like, basically my phone, which I just absolutely refuse to do. Like, my phone is my phone, and it's just, I already have too many functionalities, right? But I'll game on just about anything else.
Pretty much.
Do you still think console is going away? Well, not that you think that, but would you think consoles is going away?
I don't think so, no. But I think that physical media probably, sadly, the writing is on the wall. Corporations want to do that now. They want to get rid of it. And so that's probably on its way out. And when that happens, I'm probably switching to PC only.
Yeah, I mean,
or retro only.
Right?
Or retro only.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can afford PC, but it's like what you're saying. Like, isn't it crazy that, like, these things is costing like an arm and a leg? It's practically paying for a down payment for a car just to get, like, the latest graphics cards, right? But then again, the arguments from the PC side, of course, yeah, but that's only because you're getting, like, the most expensive graphics card. Like, try finding a 3060 out in the wild. Like, I dare you. Like, find a 3060 out there. Like, 'cause I couldn't find one. 3060, 3070. 3080, 3080 Ti, 3090, 3070 Ti is not even a thing. And people are just really up in arms about that one too. They waited in line, they got to Best Buy, it was not a thing.
God.
The reference cards, that is. Yeah.
The Founders Edition.
Yeah, the Founders Edition. So I'm just like, yeah, good luck. The argument is only valid if they're actually available.
I don't know.
And then, of course,
I don't think anybody's arguments are invalid. I think your arguments are invalid.
I was waiting for that. I'm like, I paused for a second. I'm like, wait a minute.
It was obligatory.
Well, I'm glad I was able to bump the ball, and you're actually able to spike it. We make a good team, sir.
Happy to do it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that we're saying, yeah. So like Will is like, yeah, I paid $1,000. I only paid $1,000 off. But then again, $1,000 for 6900 XT is a great like value, though, relatively. I would jump at a 6900 XT for $1,000. Easy. I would hop on it today.
Oh, I don't know, like. Because that's an AMD card, right? That
is an AMD card. Yeah, that's the highest end AMD card that you can get.
The only reason that I wouldn't, personally speaking, is because as a streamer, I really rely on that NVENC encoder. I lived for a while using a NVIDIA card, a 550. That's right. I had a Zotac 550. And
oh my god!
And I was streaming with that, and it didn't have NVENC, so I was relying on my at the time my 6-core AMD processor, which was more like a 3-core because of their with hyper threading, because how AMD kind of lost that lawsuit about false advertising and all that.
Yeah.
So.
How long ago was that? Because 560, that's a minute ago.
550, sir.
I'm sorry, 550.
That's what I was rocking when I first moved back to Kansas. So.
Wow, that was a while ago.
I mean, not that long ago, maybe a couple years.
A couple years is a while in computer speak. You know that.
Oh, I know, but the 550 itself came out in what, like 2012?
Oh, Jesus.
So, like, God, this is coming out terrible. Yeah.
Am I distracting you? Am I being distracting?
No, you are not being distracting at all. My ugly drawing was distracting me, that's all. I mean, Frog is kind of like an odd... I'm drawing Frog, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm trying to draw a frog, and he's got some odd body proportions that make drawing him a particularly difficult person to manage.
Oh, I thought you were trying to draw Kirby because I see Kirby right like behind what you're drawing right now, but I see Frog to the left, so okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to put him behind the
You shift
giant
everything.
sword.
Yeah. Yeah, I stand by consoles not going away, but I guess you're right. Like they are really trying to get rid of like the physical medium. And they're, like, for example, like the PS5 has like the digital version, and even that's selling out like, you know, in a snap, right? And you have the you also have like the model with the physical disc player, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess I see why they would want to do that, right? Get rid of. But I'm you know, like the recent like PS3 server, Vita server shutdown scare, like I think that's going to put some, like, you know, that's going to bring that back into like everybody's conscience. Like if that's what they want to do, I think they really screwed it up with that scare.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Not really.
So like
I'm a little behind.
The PS. Well.
Oh wait,
they were
you're talking about
closing
when they were
down
going to close the
PS
PS,
game store.
that server.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've had experience with like MMOs and gacha games where they close server, hence why I don't ever touch those now, right? Like I paid money into some of those, and then they close server,
Mhm.
I don't get anything at all, like nothing, right? Ever. Like that money's gone. All those digital copies gone. Because you don't own anything, right?
Yeah.
You just own the ability to access this thing at a given time frame that they dictate. Unlike a physical game. And everyone asks me, why do you insist on physical games? So, well, because I own it. But there lies the problem of patches and stuff. But, you know, some games I can tell you about a patch, and that's fine. But that's a whole different conversation. Like just patches. Like you have a game that you can just play, right? But
Yeah.
it's so flawed at launch that it requires a day one patch. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
imagine the server for the day one patch never being available for your console again.
Yeah. Games with a day one
If
patch.
anything happens,
Yep.
yeah.
Don't buy them
Anything
because
happens to that storage, you're done. That game cannot be played ever again, even if you have a physical copy.
Yep, exactly. So games with a day one patch, don't buy them physical, and don't buy them at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've-
if you can
I've-
help
I've
it,
bought
or buy them
some,
on PC,
pre-orders.
or buy them on PC because PC at
Right.
least. I mean, at least if you buy them on PC, I mean, the chances of those servers going under are way more slim because PC is always going to be relevant. Like, look at Steam, right? Like, that's not going away. Steam ain't going away anytime soon. And if it did, you could just, you know, probably find other illicit methods of getting the games that you're wanting on PC. And it's legal because you've paid for it. Like you own a copy. You own the rights to play it on your PC, right? So.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's my like, and I like console gaming just as much as I like PC gaming, just to throw it out there. But that would be my one big argument against like console gaming nowadays, especially, is this sort of unreliability of those servers existing for a long time for your game
Welcome
to
back
continue
to the
exist for
Super
you to
Friends.
access.
Hey, Nerdcraft, thanks for that sub, dude. Very much appreciate
Yeah,
it.
keep up the good work.
Not Nerdcraft, Nerd Crave. Gosh, dang it. Thank you so much, man.
Nerd Crave! Woo! Dropping in to say hi, Derek. Cool video idea. I don't know if that's what he sounds
Wait.
like, but
Let me double check this. Wait. Okay. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate it. And he said to keep up the good work, so I really appreciate that, man.
It's pretty crazy. We'll 100% PS4 game coming in 2023. The Trail series is so. Oh gosh, speaking of the Trail series, yeah. Okay. So
is that
I guess,
not insane?
I was right. The Azure and the Zero is coming slowly.
You know, I've been talking to a couple of people who are big fans of Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure, and when I saw that announcement that was leaked early, they jumped the gun a little bit with that drop on Epic Game Store. I was like, you know, that Trails to Azure logo sure does look familiar. And the fact that they stuck with the naming scheme Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure, when I saw that, I was like, wait a second. Could they? No way. They wouldn't do that. There's no way they could do that, right? But then they announced it, that they're going to be working with Geofront. Like, they're going to be using the Geofront translation as the base for their English official localization.
Right.
And is that not the craziest? Dude, it's unbelievable. That's so... Like, if I wasn't such a lazy POS, I would have made a video about it that day that I found that out. But I'm kind of enjoying retirement from the news cycle. But dang it, man, that was so cool to hear.
You need to get on TikTok, man. You need to get on TikTok. Speak to the younger generation. Get on TikTok. Just do a quick video. Say, hey, this is Derek. I just want to give you my impression of this thing. It was really cool. Okay, goodbye. It'll be like a 10-second unedited, just like Super Stoked Derek. Super Stoked Derek.
Super Stoker.
Super Stoker.
Oh, man. What's up, YouTube? It's your boy, Super Derek, coming back at you again with another top 5 news items that happened this week. Number 10 will subscribe to you. Will surprise you.
Yo, hit that link. Hit that like and hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the ring, the bell, or whatever. I don't know. What do YouTubers do?
Ring that bell, ring
that bell icon.
Get that notification bell thing, and yeah, I don't even know. I don't do it because I respect my viewers to know to like do that stuff themselves. Like, people are like, oh man, you're getting review units, you're a sellout. I'm like, dude, if I ever sell out, it's not going to be because somebody sent me a video game that I didn't have to buy, instead. It's going to be because, I'm going to start telling you to, like and subscribe all the time. And, and I'll start doing, top 10 boobies and JRPGs to get those clicks, right? That's going to be the day I do top 10 boobies and JRPGs, you'll know I've officially hit rock bottom and just... It's going to be a sad day. Hopefully that day does not come.
Top 10. Here are the top 10 Derek picks for retro JRPGs in the year 2005. You can do one for each year. Just here's my top 10 JRPG from 2001.
I was thinking about doing like my top 10 favorite reviews after I've done my 100th review. I feel like after, or like maybe my top 10 underrated reviews by myself.
You know what? You could definitely do it. I think just as a kind of parody, I think that would be fun.
I'm allowed to do that once every 100 episodes, I think.
We'll give you your pass. You won't believe what happens in this retro JRPG. That was a good one, next time. Oh man, I'm waiting to do all the clickbait, all the stupid, as clickbaity as possible.
Yeah, what's the name of that YouTube channel that you're putting together, by the way?
The name of the YouTube channel that I'm putting together?
Yeah, the one that you're putting together.
Wow. Okay. So I guess I can do like the announcement here if you don't mind me plugging Mr. Derek.
I mean, that you were thinking about
So-
not putting. I mean, for a friend.
So I haven't even announced this to anyone in my community. I've told my mod like months ago what the idea is, just to bounce back on ideas. But it's going to be called Weep Sauce.
Weeb sauce.
Weep Sauce is the new channel that I'm putting together, and it's going to basically cover some interesting, just weedy news that happens. It could be like animated stuff, it could be manga, it could be games, it could be just weird news, like current news and events that's happening in the land of the rising sun. If there's anything that a weep may care about, it will be there.
That's
So,
awesome,
and I
man.
think I have enough experience to like kind of figure out what matters and what doesn't matter in a news cycle.
Yeah. That's awesome, man.
But that's gonna come at some point. And we're just making all these like preparations to get it launching. But thanks for giving me a chance to talk about something, and I'm sure my community is gonna be thrilled to like know that I'm talking about it here and not with them in person.
Well, I mean, I kind of forced your hand by spilling the beans a little bit. My bad, dude. I thought that you
I
had.
guess I could have just said no. I did it anyway.
Yeah, you could have. Yeah, I guess you could have played it off like I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. No, that's okay. I think I thought about it for a second. It's like, you know what? If I announce it here, then I'm more likely to you're more likely to put my feet under the fire and just like actually do it, because I've been dragging my feet a little bit, especially when my PC was down for like a week and a half. I was like, man, I'm losing so many productivity days of not having my PC to render anything. My podcaster Derek, that's still just sitting in my hard drive, and I hate it. I hate that it's just there,
Staring at you.
Like,
I've been there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like picking up the weights again, right? It's like, the weights are right there. I just need to pick it up and start working out. But, I guess I can do it tomorrow. It's not the end of the world.
Hey, Drifaris. Good to see you, dude. You're only like 2 hours late. It's all right. You're not too late. You've arrived precisely when you needed to. Yeah. Okay, I'm feeling much happier about this version of Frog that I'm drawing right now. That first one was like nightmare fuel Frog.
That right eye looks kind of off.
This guy over here.
Yes.
Yeah.
That looks a little off. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I'm not sure what it is either. But I do agree that it's not.
The people demand that you sketch something.
Oh god, okay. Zack Attack has requested that I draw Jim the Knight from Hydlide. Okay. Alright, let's do this.
Give you 50 seconds.
Yeah, if you could, that would be really helpful.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, hang on, that's almost ready. Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, 20 seconds.
Alright, excellent.
Ten seconds.
Alright. I think I got this.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright. Time's up. Jim the Knight.
That's pretty good.
Well, I mean,
How
hyper
talented
realistic.
can you be? How talented? What are you compensating for, sir? What's going on?
That's a modern interpretation of the pixel art of Jim the Knight. Oh man, Jim the Knight! What an uninspiring character. Uninspired and uninspiring. Do you know who Jim the Knight is? I guess
I actually have no idea who Jim Knight is. It looks pretty good, but I have no idea what it is.
Oh, he's from Hydlide on the NES.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
You've never played Hydlide on the NES?
I don't think I have. What is that about?
It's about like it's like a precursor to Ys. It's got bump battle mechanics and almost no story. Yeah. How could you not watch my 12th review in the game collection when I talk about how important Jim the Knight was to the Japanese culture at the time and how it's celebrated in Japan even to this day, despite the fact that it took 5 years to come out on the NES here in the United States. So by the time it came out, it was already like overshadowed by games that had came out like long since then, like Legend of Zelda, the original Legend of Zelda.
Is that right?
That is.
So it's like a predecessor to Ys?
Yeah. It came out around the same time as, like in the same year as, that game by Falcom, Dragon Slayer, the original Dragon Slayer.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it came out on.
Minute in it.
Yeah, for like the PC 8801 or 7801 or one of those, really old PC games. And it had bump mechanics. It was one of the first ever action RPGs, in fact.
If you guys are wondering which video that is, check it out in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, my video is like in defense of Hydlide because it's also received a couple of scathing reviews by the Angry Video Game Nerd and Pro Jared. And so I was kind of trying a little bit of coattail writing at the time, because I was like, these games are being just being completely destroyed, but was it really that bad? It's not fun. I'm not recommending anybody play it by a long shot, but it's historically significant enough that I think that people ought to know the true story about it.
Wait a minute. So did Daria do a react video to your video on YouTube? Is that what I'm seeing right now?
Wait, did she really?
5 years ago.
What?
No. Okay. Wow. Are you not seeing this? Have you not seen this?
I have not seen this.
Oh wait. I posted a link in your chat. Hold on. What? Daria reviews, because I'm seeing your name clearly as you in the thumbnail. It has to be you.
Click for boobs. Oh, Toast Serious.
Yeah, look, look right under her name. It's just, that's definitely you. Unmistakable, Derek.
Yes, I see it. Yeah, that's. The thumbnail is okay. Hang on, I gotta show some of this here. So this is the video that he's talking about, and here's the thumbnail down in this corner where it says, "Is Hydlide that bad?" And it's got Daria. That is incredible. I don't know if she's actually reacting to my video or not, but definitely.
I would assume that she's at least referencing it somewhat.
Must be. That's amazing.
Right. Oh, that is cool. That's how you know. That's how you know you've made it when another YouTuber go and
when
react to your video. Right?
When the Queen of Snark herself bestows you with a parody, then you know you've gone jumped the shark.
You know you've done it. Oh, that's brilliant. Yes. Yeah, because I just typed in the name of the game and I typed Derek. I'm like, okay, that's gonna pop up. So okay, you were like the first, on the list 7 years ago, 25,000 views, and then we got like Daria.
Yeah, Highlight is not a good game. No, I agree, Zach. It's not a good game. You don't want to play that game. No. But it's better than a lot of people give it credit for.
That's what I said about Chrono Cross, man.
That's not what you said about Chrono Cross. You said the opposite about it.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the opposite. So there you go. It's the opposite of Chrono Cross in my book. Okay, I'm starting.
The inverse Chrono Cross. The good old inverse.
People who are going to be so offended right about now.
I mean, I would fall on that sword to fight you over this, Baku, but I know that there's no convincing you.
No, there's absolutely no convincing me. In Chrono Cross, anyways, it's a lost cause for me. But AU and Chrono Cross look good, so.
You know, when it comes to Chrono Cross, I gotta say, you know, it's really just a matter of taste, and you just don't have any, taste. So.
Wow. This is what I get for agreeing with you. You're taking advantage of my trust here.
I mean, hey, if I can't dig into my own buddy, then what? Who can I? Yeah.
Oh, you convinced me to buy the guide to the Japanese role-playing game. It's an expense I didn't think that I would have to pay for today, but oh well. I
Here we are.
Buying this now. At some point, I will get a butane, get a bottle of butane to the price. It's just sitting in my drawer right now. I'm like, the best $70 I've ever spent.
That's awesome. Oh man. I mean, I have no idea if. That said, I have no idea if it's actually any good or not. It could be garbage. So I don't know. You might want to hold off on my full video just to make sure. But I mean, it seems like it's probably pretty good.
The full video is coming. When, Derek? When should we expect the video?
I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about, you know, working on at least the unboxing of the book today, and putting that up on YouTube next week, maybe.
There you go, everybody. More Derek YouTube video next week.
You know what? I feel really bad about.
The what?
You know what I feel really bad about? I completely forgot to release my Mother review on Friday. And I still haven't done it. I really do just need to release it. So I guess it's going out today when this review is, or when this stream is over.
Well, there you go. Now you have something to do after this.
Yeah, Def. Of course, Chrono Cross is actually pretty decent. See, Def agrees. It's actually very decent.
It is a horrendous game that should have never existed.
I don't think he can hear you because I don't have closed captions set up for phone lines. So he can't hear you. Therefore, your opinion doesn't matter. In this case.
They're saying they don't get the controversy over Chrono Cross. There's no controversy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's arisen to that occasion. It is not a controversy. It is just. It's more like FF15. I think there's no controversy. It's just people just pretty divided about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, calling it a controversy means that there's like something that like divides people on it other than just a matter of taste, really, where it's just some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah, exactly. Lazy guy, how dare you? Chrono Cross is the best, Doku. And also morning, everyone. Wow.
Wait,
This guy.
lazy guy? Oh, hey, lazy guy. Good to see you, man. How are you doing today? I'm glad to have you here on my side.
Terrible. You guys are all terrible. Just propping up this horrible game and pretending that it's fine. You're just using the industry to keep slipping.
No.
Did you see the Pixel remaster there for FF1-6?
No. I mean, wait, I saw the teaser for it, but did they actually show any gameplay of it yet?
They haven't. So what I didn't know is that they did show the redone sprites of a couple of characters, and they laced it out in a way that didn't have like the background. It's just like the character art, the in-game character art sprites, and through like this really quick trailer video that they did, and they didn't show any gameplay, no backgrounds, just a couple characters, but they did it in a way that I didn't realize that those were the redone sprites. And I just kept thinking to myself, you're gonna spend all that money to do the HD 2D rendition of DQ3, but you won't spare any amount on FF136. At the same time, FF16 is your flagship. I don't understand what they're trying to do. I am just flabbergasted. I don't know. What are you doing, Square Enix? Like, who is controlling your funding right now?
I don't know. It's really weird though. That's for sure.
Yeah, there are just I don't know who is making all these decisions that just doesn't make any coherent sense.
Yeah.
Like DQ3 is not exactly something, like we know DQ3 is good, that's fine. But like it's not exactly something that,
It's not going to move units.
It's not the first game you would think of if you were to say, like, well, we're going to spend a good development money now to completely remake a thing. What would be the first thing we do? DQ3, though?
That's not even my first Dragon Quest game that I would think they would do that with. Like, they just made the movie for Dragon Quest V. You would think Dragon Quest V would be the one that they're like, yeah, this would be the one, right?
Yeah,
but
I would have done DQ5, if I had to give it like the HD2D treatment. But okay, right? So you accept that. Well, what else are you going to do with the HD2D technology that you are so proud of? And that looks good. Octopath Travel looks good.
Triangle Strategy looks like...
Triangle Strategy.
God, what a stupid name.
It's a working title, Derek. It's a working title.
It doesn't work for me.
No, it doesn't work for me. Right, so that's coming, right? Whenever they have more concrete news on that, like the demo is fun, but the graphics, that technology looks amazing, and they could apply that to basically any retro games IP that they have, and yet they choose to do this whole pixel remaster thing as if that's what the fans are really asking for. I don't like that. Ship had failed. This is what you should have done in lieu of like the Steam version back in like 2013, 2014 circa, right?
Yeah.
Like the one that everyone complained about, the FF5, FF6 port from phone to PC, which is ridiculous, right?
Mm-hmm.
That ship has sailed. You should have done that then. Now we're expecting, like the goalpost has moved since those years. We're now expecting HD2D treatment for basically the range of games that you were talking about, right? For Square Enix. But I don't think it's happening. I hate to disappoint everyone, but I think they're really just trying to just clean clean up the sprites and then make some money again off of the first 6 games. I don't see it being any other way. They will add nothing to this. And maybe some folks, that's what they really want, is to just preserve like what it was or what they thought it was in HD setting instead of CRT 4x3. But yeah, just if you're expecting anything more than that, I hate to break it to you. I don't think that's the case. I think that they're just going to clean up the spikes and just call it real.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. That's too bad. Final Fantasy as a series definitely deserves more than what it's getting. And it's almost like, would they have been better off just not doing anything? Like, I feel like it's almost like if I wanted a pixel perfect Final Fantasy game, you know what I would do? I would emulate it.
What's that?
I would emulate it, and I wouldn't have to pay money to do it either. Like, what the hell do they really think? What does that mean to make it pixel perfect? I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, I don't think it's a lot of value add what they're doing right now. Because you can always tweak it yourself. To your point, like if I get an emulator, I can learn to tweak this thing.
Yeah. I mean,
and get it the way that I like it to look, right?
I mean,
some people like that CRT thing.
The NES itself
really
was already pixel perfect. Like, I mean, what does it mean for something to not be pixel perfect? That's the other question. Like, and
I guess they want it on HD, like 16:9. That's all that was.
Is that it? It's the same thing, just widescreen?
And not stretched out, I guess.
Ugh.
If you were to do like Super Nintendo, it'd be 4x3, but if you want to stretch it out to the 16:9 dimension, then, well, you're going to stretch it out, right? So that's the only thing that I can think of, is all you're really doing is clean up the sprites and make it 16:9. Like, what other value add are you really giving me? And you're charging me not as a bundle, but individual games. So you're looking at least $20 a game. I'm gonna put my foot, and I'm gonna make a prediction now. It's gonna be about $20 per game.
Yeah, $20 a game. Oof.
Sounds about right. Like just,
that sounds. It sounds like a nice.
Yeah.
Sounds like a nice square number.
Yeah, nice square number. Yeah, not the best news, but I've told you, like, Square Enix is that really toxic boyfriend that will do something nice and then will do something really stupid all on the same breath, and you don't know what to do with them.
Yeah.
You can't ever love them without getting hurt. You just can't.
God, that sounds sad and accurate.
Yeah,
sadly accurate.
Quick example, right? Nier Automata, amazing game, right? Which Derek still hasn't played.
Yep, true.
But by all accounts, it's just amazing game. Not without its flaws, of course, but it's phenomenal. It's so units that the numbers doesn't lie. It's a what's the word? It's one of those underdog stories, right? Because Nier and Drakengard never sold well, ever. That was the first game that ever sold well, and it sold so well that it sold more copies within the first year than all the previous games ever combined.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's a testament, right? And then they released the mobile games.
Yeah.
All of which are canon.
They're all canon?
They're all canon. Oh, and then they released the mobile game. Then they released the what is it called? Not remake, but not remaster. It's like somewhere in between a remake and a remaster of Nier Replicant, which is the first game. And that game played extremely well, and it was not a disappointment. It was great.
Good.
It even had like bonus things in the end that ties into Nier Automata, so that was a nice retcon, right? Yeah, so now it's doing something nice again. So you can't help but feel like it's about to do something stupid. They're
about to try to pull the football out from you when you go up to kick it again, huh?
Yeah, Exactly. That's how Square's been operating. Like the whole DQ 2D 3D. It's like, oh wow, that's super cool. Oh my god, I'm so stoked. Oh, and then by the way, FF1 to 6 Pixel remaster. You're like, wow, okay, that's very underwhelming.
Yeah.
Thanks, I guess.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe they just think that that. Oh gosh, I don't even know. It's almost like it's backwards, because I want to say it's almost like you would think that they think Dragon Quest game fans are more like into, you know, the newer aesthetic, whereas Final Fantasy fans are more into like the old retro style aesthetic. And you're like, wait a second, no, that's the opposite though. That's the opposite of what the reality is. Like, Dragon Quest fans are all about that original, like, low fidelity experience. You know, they're about the traditional experience, whereas the Final Fantasy fans at this point, if you're still a Final Fantasy fan, it's because they've been, you know, changing everything every chance they get, you know.
Yeah,
So
that is a great observation. I didn't even think about that. No, but I think you're absolutely right. which continues to boggle the mind. That's just, what were you thinking?
what were they thinking?
Yeah, it's making even less sense now. We didn't get any closer to thinking like what possible rationale would they have to do this, right?
I mean, let's be honest, we don't want to be able to read the mind of a madman.
You mean Square Enix executives? Yeah.
Yes. Those guys are.
I'm convinced that at least part of the executive team has never played their own games before.
Yeah. Gosh. I mean, Square Enix, man. They also did that Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles remaster, which I don't want to speak for everybody. I don't know if I ever heard anybody be like, yes, that's what I want.
Mm-hmm. And okay, so I thought it was interesting choice that they would pick Crystal Chronicles to do like a remaster, right? And it did seem like a good idea to me. Like, let's just kind of rehash this, maybe to get this try this concept again, right? Especially with the online play being way more prevalent now, it seems like a fun idea, right? And then comes the execution, and it was horrendous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because I thought it was a great idea, because think about it, right? If it was a good execution with online play and it doesn't suck, right? It can kind of almost be like a Monster Hunter kind of situation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
And then and then comes the execution.
Yeah.
And boy, was it not a Monster Hunter situation.
I mean, they completely dropped the ball on the online mechanic.
Yeah, and that was really the one thing that all the fans were pretty stoked about. Like, the game was nothing to write home about. But the prospect of online play with friends, and it was COVID, it's like, wow, this is such a perfect thing for people to play online together. Way to go, Square Enix. And then the execution hits, and then it's the spoon of crap again. A spoon of sugar, spoon of crap. That's what they do, and it just alternates.
Mm-hmm.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Not a great way to build trust with the fan base. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is why I can never say that I'm a Square Enix fan. Not anymore.
I mean, it used to be easy.
It
used to be that they could do no wrong. You know? It's just really sad that it came to that.
Well, someone brought up a good point recently to me, and that is game companies like Atlas, Bandai Namco, Capcom, they're really encroaching into that JRPG space that had been kind of dead in like the PS3 era, but then it kind of came back in the PS4 era. And now it's sort of like really encroaching. Some of the best games that are just being nominated, right, are like Persona 5 and the Tales of games is starting to gain some traction with Tales of Arise. I think Square Enix is sweating. They are nervous now. and I like the fact that they're nervous.
Yeah, they used to be a big fish in a small pond, and now the pond is getting bigger, and they're finding out
Right.
that, like, you know, there's some pretty big fish in there now.
Yeah, and you know they thought they could sort of get away with a lot of these things. Like, yeah, I don't think you could get away with this much longer. You're gonna have to actually compete now. It was like Intel. For the
Oh, yeah.
longest time. And then AMD's like, oh, by the way, 2 generations of the CPU, bam, done. Now we're the top.
Yep. That's a really good comparison, because hubris is pretty much the name of the game there. You know, it was
Yeah.
they didn't think that they had to innovate. They didn't think that they had to really do anything. They just thought, you know, hey, we'll just do whatever we want, and they'll continue to buy the games. And they were kind of right, because people are still buying the games, but they're definitely falling out of favor.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, and I think they made a good choice to remove Nomura. I know there's some Nomura fans out there. I'm sorry. Okay, he's kind of hit and miss too, just like Square Enix.
I mean, I'm a fan of
Maybe he's
Nomura's
like the
character
embodiment.
designs. I like his characters. I like his character designs, but when he started taking like director roles and writing roles, I'm like, what? I'm sorry.
Good God.
Could you say that again in a 3-dimensional instead of like a 4th-dimensional kind of understanding of the universe, please?
He's always playing 5D chess with us, and we're not interested in playing 5D chess.
Yes.
It could be super brilliant.
Yes,
For all we know.
well,
But
it's not.
That's not what we want.
I mean, based on my playthrough of Kingdom Hearts, no, it's not. It ain't. But I mean, it's nice that people want to believe that. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Like maybe
I've
in a
heard
certain altered
people-
state of mind, it could be good.
I'll find you some edibles, okay? That's what you want. But it's legal up in New York. So yeah, I have had someone come to me and say, you know, that's the storyline actually makes sense. There is a coherent storyline, and I invite them to tell me what that is.
Yeah.
And that person has yet to deliver on a coherent storyline. But according to him, the fans know that there's a coherent storyline. I'm like, exactly, the fans. I think a lot of their fantasy has just like sort of like bridged the gap, right? But I don't think that that's canon necessarily. So I don't. But yeah, just, but they have, I don't know if you know, but there's a different director now who is going to take over FF16. So that's nice.
Yeah.
And this person is, for I guess for chat who doesn't know, or for anyone who doesn't know, it's the person who brought FF14 back from the brink of death.
Exactly, and that's
now
exciting.
into basically the most successful MMORPG on the market today.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so having him, the project, I feel a lot better. Just thank God, anyone that is in Nomura, and you know, to some people's point too, like I think he would have been a lot better of a producer and a writer if he isn't simultaneously working on like 6 projects for Square Enix. It's like they have no other directors.
Yeah, I mean, he really was being the candle being burned at both ends, right?
Yeah, he was doing Kingdom Hearts 3, he was doing Final Fantasy 15, he was working on FF7 Remake, he's doing all the mobile games and such. Like, he's just the creative director for, like, everything. That can't be healthy for anybody. All these big budget projects are just going towards him. But it's also not a very good like investment idea, right? Like you've got games like Octopath Traveler selling great, you've got Nier selling great, and those have nothing to do with Nomura. But here they are, just low budget projects that are selling just as well, if not better, than some of these AAA titles. And you got to reevaluate your business strategy at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, when it all is so also heavily hinged upon one person, then you also got a bit of a problem too.
Yeah.
But I guess
But I
that
give
that's
it
something
to
that
him
sort of
for,
arises.
having the energy to do this.
Man, could you imagine like being forced to write something for like some sort of like epic storytelling every damn year? Like, all right, we need you to come up with this epic story now for this next game and for this game and then that game. Yeah, we're gonna need you to direct that too. So how? Go ahead and make this story epic now, if you could, please. Just like imagine being in that position. You're like, oh god, just being forced.
I can't even be bothered to write a review for an epic.
Exactly. Like, poor Nomura. I mean, on the one hand, like, it'd be awesome to be in that position to start with, and I guess, but they really were relying on him too much, and it's kind of unfair that that I mean, obviously he couldn't perform up to expectations because those expectations are just unimaginable, really.
I do think they set him up to fail, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he didn't fail, or at least he was able to keep it up for a while, like, I mean, he carried Kingdom Hearts, right?
He did.
I mean, say what you will about Kingdom Hearts as far as how well it was carried, but he carried it. Like, it, yeah, I don't know.
But Derek will die if he's killed.
And I guess that's part of it too. Is Derek will die? What?
Oh yes.
Thanks for looking bad.
I don't know, guys. I might not make it. Oh man.
Yeah, like he was set up to fail. I mean, the fans like the game though, so I mean, that's like, say what you will about it, like it hardly matters as long as like Derek. I mean, as long as the fans like it. I mean, yeah, I guess that's what really matters.
Okay. Okay. Looks like I got another 60-second art request here to draw a Nomura style Derek. Oh god. I mean,
I don't know if you can draw that many belts in 60 seconds, but okay.
All right, let's see if I can. All right, let's see. Okay, let me know if you got a 60-second timer ready.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, and 3, 2, 1, go. $13 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and stop.
There we go.
I saw the giant feet. I was like, yes, the big shoes is coming.
just a pile of straps and belts, a couple hands sticking out, and a little bit of tuft of hair. Oh wait, I should make it there. A moody looking eye, an angry looking eye.
Very edgy.
Oh, no zippers, no zippers. Oh, hang on.
We forgot about the zippers.
There, zippers on the bottom of my feet.
No, you know what? That is perfect because that is completely, what's the word? It is completely
impractical,
useless.
Yes.
Yeah, impractical and useless, but that's how Nomura likes it.
Exactly. It's an art style to make things that form over. No, Form over no function. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
It's just
absolutely
form.
no function.
Thanks for that request. I would do like an actual Nomura style drawing of myself, but I mean, it legit would take way too long because he does some incredible artwork.
Yes, he does.
I mean, he's really like, I mean, when he has the time to do the artwork. Director, maybe not so much, but as an artist, dude, he was my favorite.
I like his art, yeah.
I mean, Sion Barzad, Ko Lefo, and Volt Kruger from The Bouncer, dude. Like, I didn't think that graphics were gonna get any better than that after I saw that on PlayStation 2. And for a long time they didn't. For a long time they didn't. Like Final Fantasy X didn't even look as good as The Bouncer did.
Really?
Yeah, go back and check it out. Like, it's visually, it's incredible.
I just really like Yuna's design. I do.
You like Yuna's design?
I love Yuna's design. Not X2. I mean like Summoner Yuna. So don't be ridiculous.
Wait, what?
I like nothing about X2, but
well,
no, just the Summoner Yuna.
Yeah, I get you. That's surprising.
Really? Why is that?
'Cause I didn't like her at all. I was more like, I was more in Camp Lulu myself and Riku. But
I like all of them,
but yeah, as far as Lulu had that belt dress, that was rad. Let's be real. Yuna's voice, you didn't like Yuna's voice, Zach? Yeah, her voice actress did a good job of portraying like the stereotypical like shrine maiden style of archetype, but I'm not into that.
Yeah.
Actually, I did like her design in 10-2 actually, where it was like half shorts, half dress. Like that was kind of neat actually. Like inspired in part by the asymmetrical design of Tidus. He had like one long pant, one short pant. It's kind of like that, like as an homage to him.
It probably was. Well, I was gonna say the art style was inspired by like Okinawan, like sort of like
the whole world.
Dresses and that whole. So maybe that's the reason why I liked it, because I felt like he did a great job capturing that while like being able to transform it into something more fantasy-like. So maybe that's the reason why I liked it.
Oh sure.
But only because I knew what they were going for, and I knew the source material for that inspiration. But just boy, can we talk about like them not doing like edgy main characters or just edgy like female characters for a second? Because that's what I really did like about FF10. It's just that they're not. I don't have like a broody main dude. Like I'm kind of over it. Like everyone is kind of like very sunshiny, and I like that sort of team of people who has that optimism.
So are you not digging this whole thing about fighting chaos?
Oh boy. FFE Sekai. Oh yeah. No. No. Jack is from a different plane of existence. Guys.
He's from B&H, right? Or not B&H, H&M. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, the Team Ninja has something to do with it, though, I'm sure.
They're like, oh, we wanted to be more realistic, and we're like, I don't think it's realistic for a Chad to like go fight, chaos in a giant not Elder Scrolls, but an old ancient castle, Like He looks like he'd be like he would fit more in place behind the wheel of a BMW cutting me off, you know?
Yeah, I still don't know what they're going for. I don't know what they're going for. I don't know what they're trying to do. And so far, the reception has been mixed at best and just bad at worst. And I don't know. Is this another Nomura game? It is. It is another Nomura. It's just, there you go. It's him again.
Wait. This is him?
Yes, this is him.
Oh, jeez.
Hold on, let me double check. I'm sorry, you keep drawing. Let me do the fact checking really quick.
All right.
This is what I can do for you now. Is I can fact check. Oh yeah, no, it's totally him.
Oh God.
I remember reading an article.
Damn it,
In an
Nomura.
interview with Family 2, creative producer Tetsuya Nomura shared more information regarding Stranger Paradise. Final Fantasy Origin. Title is already a mouthful.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Darn it, Nomura. Maybe they needed something to keep him occupied, to keep him from affecting Final Fantasy 16.
I don't think he has anything to do with Final Fantasy 16.
Exactly. That's why they're like, hey, Nomura, we have this really important project we need you to work on now. It's really important. Only you can do this. Just go over there, dedicate 100% of your time to this. You know, we'll miss you on 16, but it's okay. Just go over there and work with those male models, and you know we'll come check on you in a couple of years.
I mean, if Team Ninja has anything to do with it, I think you know they're gonna be able to keep him occupied for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Let's see. I'm reading something about 16 right now. There'll be different modes available in FF16. I don't know what that means, and I'm a little nervous.
I hope that means there's going to be a bad mode and a good mode. I hope that's what they mean.
Final Fantasy 16 story-focused mode will be available for those who aren't accustomed to action-oriented gameplay. This mode will include a variety of support actions which were not detailed in the interview and only mentioned. However, Yoshida noted the gameplay will be smooth and easy to get the hang of. So it sounds like they'll have a mode for people who can't do like action RPG.
Well, that's nice and all. I guess that addresses the complaint that I had about how 7 basically was inaccessible to people with impaired dexterity, I guess. So maybe that's what they're aiming to resolve, but...
Was it really bad for you?
Oh, no, not for me. No, I don't have impaired dexterity, but I know that there are some people who weren't able to play it because, you know, it just didn't have the same style of combat, you know, where you could take your time, and it was very fast paced. And let's be real, the alternate mode that they included for 7 was a joke. It was not fun. There was no strategy to it. It was just, oh, here you go, you win.
Wait, which one was that?
7.
Oh, no,
7 remake.
Which part of it?
Like
no strategy.
The classic mode of play, where it was supposed to be sort of like a turn-based game, but instead it was just easy.
Yeah, it was just easy mode, right?
Yeah, it was easy mode, but easier, because they also had an easy mode.
Oh my god.
And it defaults to the difficulty to easy when you switch to the classic mode. So, and there's nothing you can do to change out of it, so, yeah. It's just ultra easy. Jafaria says, who's the guest? Can't figure out who it is. Oh.
I'm sorry, I might have hogged the line. I really should, get off soon so that someone else can have the pleasure of chatting with Mr. Derek.
Yeah.
And I've already took up like at least 2 hours of his time. But I'll share this one last bit before I hop off. It was great chatting with you, man. Always a pleasure. I shared this last bit. So remember I was talking about Nier Replicant? That's like the remix.
Yeah.
Like sort of forward from the old game.
Uh-huh.
I think one of the things that I've talked about, but I don't think it's gotten a lot of attention, is accessibility to that game. So right around that time, actually, I was donating money to Able Gamer. Right, and Able Gamer, for anyone who's here, I'm plugging Able Gamer in. Sorry, Derek, but like they're a charity that makes like custom controllers for people with disability,
Oh,
so
cool.
that they can play games. Right. So obviously there are a lot of games that we love, especially like the action-oriented genre, where the more actiony it is, the harder it is for people with disability perhaps to play, like physical disabilities, right?
Yeah.
So imagine having no arms, right? Like how do you even grab the controller? Well, you can use your feet, but you're gonna need some help, right? So that's what Able Gamer does. They create these customized controllers for specific disabilities, and you have to like measure out the body length sometimes to get it right. So it's a very involved process, and I respect them for it. Now, the cool thing about Nier Replicant now is that they have built-in modes that basically make the game play itself, and or being able to be played with just one hand, and it's built in. You can just use the controller, just a one-hand mode. There's a left-hand mode, there's a right-hand mode. And yes, make the joke, I know, but... So,
I was going to say that sounds like a...
Yeah, for people with only one arm. Like, please, be sensitive. Yeah, I know. Someone was laughing about it. They're like, one-hand mode, what, are you going to, like, jerk off to Kaine while you're going to play the game? Like, no, it's for people who only have one hand, you jerk.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a little funny, but
we're
also,
all immature, though. I mean, deep down, we're all still like 16-year-olds. At best.
Yeah.
At best.
No, but I think it's just fair to mention that this is why I kind of respect Isabel. Like, he's crazy, he makes these things, but he's cautious at these sort of like real challenges that people may have. Speaking of that game too, because it's an action-oriented title, where we're talking about like an action-oriented game and how it alienates certain people, but there are ways to be inclusive and you can do it right, and I felt like Replicant was a good step towards that. They had those features built in with that in mind, that some folks may have trouble, playing action game, or just the fact that they are, they have disabilities. So that's super cool.
Yeah, and that seems like something that what's really cool about that is that it's not just that he's like sensitive to that sort of thing, but he seems to be in a way that like a lot of I don't want to say like a lot of Japanese developers aren't, but I mean, it kind of seems like there's gosh, I don't even know if that's true or not, actually. The more I talk about it, because like you were saying in another one, that in another show, that there were like options in, was it Metal Gear where... Oh, God, I can't even remember now. Yeah, never mind. I'm just talking on my ass.
I don't remember playing Metal Gear.
I don't know if it's one that you were talking about or not, but there was like various settings for people who had like phobias of spiders, for instance, or...
Oh, right.
But I don't remember exactly what that game was anymore, and now, yeah, I'm not gonna stand by that statement, so never mind. Actually,
I vaguely remember something like that. Not necessarily Metal Gear, but there was a game where if you have like arachnophobia, they replaced it with something else. But that thing was like, whatever they replaced it with was like equally horrifying, so I'm not sure if they did a good job on that. I just don't remember what game that was. But like another example of accessibility would be like for color blindness. I think that's a little easier to appreciate. Just, sometimes there are games that are color dependent, right? But when you're colorblind, you literally cannot tell the difference. So there's a section of game where you have to be able to discern the difference between red and green or yellow, like you may have trouble doing that. So color blindness or kind of color accessibility, like that's a mode that you can turn on and in some games. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, people have a vague recollection. Was it Resident Evil? Was it?
Oh, was it Resident? I can't remember anymore. It's been so long, and my brain just like is like, I'm gonna save this thing for later, but then I never remember the full context of it. So
that's okay. Derek can make a video about game accessibility. Throwing ideas out there.
I mean, yeah, that could be something I could make a video about. But it would be one that would require a lot of additional research, because otherwise I'll just talk out of my ass again and make a fool of myself, which I'm not opposed to doing, but it's not my favorite thing to do.
We just discovered Derek's secret hobby.
Making an ass of myself? Yep. my not so secret hobby.
All right, man. Well, hey, it's super fun chatting with you as always, and I really think I'd love to just stay here and just talk to you some more, but the line is open for people to call in.
That's
Please
true.
dial 785, and I'm waiting for it to Wait a minute. I'll get the number. Hang on. You draw things. I'm gonna advertise this. Ever so slowly, I'm getting another digit.
Actually, I do have a caller coming in, so I'm gonna let you go.
Okay.
All right.
Let's talk to you guys later. See you, Derek.
Later, man. All right.
Later, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Super Derek. This is Zach Attack.
Hey, Zach, how you doing, dude?
Just watching your stream, watching some of the drawings that I suggested, like Frog and Vivi.
Oh, that's awesome. So this is pretty cool then, huh? Getting to see them a little more fleshed out this time around.
Yeah. Yeah. Is your system set up for only one person per call?
You know, actually, I do believe. I mean, I saw when you were calling in that I had the option to merge, and I haven't tried that before, but maybe we could. I don't know. But Baku's already gone, so probably too late to.
He's already off.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, we were talking about whether we should call you or not. I was like, you know what? Let me just call. Whatever. What the hell?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good to have people here to talk to as I draw. Like, because I was saying before, you know, when I'm drawing, I gotta like look at the. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you mute your stream? I'm sorry, man. It's got one of those like got one of those things where it's like distracting because I hear myself in the background. But anyways, yeah, it's one of those weird things where it's since I gotta look at the thing, I can't see chat coming in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what are you up to? I guess watching the stream then, I guess.
Watching the stream. I'm gonna play some more Suikoden 2. I've been trying to get through some of the Suikoden stuff because I didn't hear about Suikoden until like probably a few years ago, and it's always been on my like plate, and I'm finally getting around to some of them.
Oh, really? This is your first time through Suikoden then? Which one are you doing too?
I played the first one. I loved the first one. I thought it was awesome. I'm playing the second one right now. I just got to the point where basically we have to retreat from Victor's Fort. So it's about 4 hours into the game. I think.
not too far at all so far. That's all right. That's a fun game.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I was telling some of my buddies, my personal buddies, that hey, like, have you ever heard of this game before? And they're like, no. I'm like, dude, you might want to try it out if you're able to get your hands on it.
That's impressive. I mean, Suikoden and Suikoden 2 are like some extremely popular games that come out. Like, I mean, they're not like popular like Final Fantasy is popular, but like in the subject of like best RPGs ever made and stuff, like it's always one of the first things that like tops everybody's lists, I find. God, this hand is coming out atrocious. I'm gonna stop drawing that for a minute. We'll come back to this hand in a minute. Gonna work on something else. Ugh. Hands are the worst.
They are the worst. I'm terrible at drawing. I've never been a good drawer.
Well, it's something that I actually went to school for it a lot. God, I always loved drawing stuff. I guess when I was a kid, I used to love drawing stuff too, because it was an easy way for my mom to entertain us kids. She'd like get a big old sheet of paper, and she'd just have my sister and I just draw on it to like, you know, to entertain ourselves for a while. And
Right on.
and then eventually I got into like Dragon Ball Z back in like 6th grade. And so of course,
Dude, who didn't get into Dragon Ball Z back in 6th grade?
I know. Well, it was awesome. And it was unlike anything that I had really been exposed to at that point. So I'm like, I gotta draw all of these, you know, all these characters. They were terrible. But as a result, even today, I feel like I've still got some old habits from drawing Akira Toriyama style that show that they rear their ugly heads sometimes. But I tell you what, if you ask me to draw a picture of a Dragon Ball Z character, I will rock that out, man.
Somebody in the chat submit Goku. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the first artist that like I was really, well, I guess Amano, because I was a big Final Fantasy fan, but like, yeah, Akira Toriyama, I love his art. I mean, he drew my favorite game of all time, which is Chrono Trigger.
Yeah. And it's awesome how it's all kind of tied together, like the Tetsuya, or not Tetsuya Nomura. God, I've got Nomura on the brain. Get out of my brain, Nomura. How
Yeah, we were talking about Nomura earlier.
yeah, how it's so cool how he also drew all like the initial Dragon Quest concept art, and that's kind of just stuck with the game series for this long as well. Oh man.
Yeah, Dragon Quest. That's a game that I have a personal friend of mine that me and him, like, we bonded over our love for the first Dragon Quest. Like, I know that game is like in compared to modern times is inferior in like several ways, but I think it's fun.
You know, I feel like yeah, some things aged well and some things don't. Dragon Quest, especially like the original Dragon Quest,
Right.
on the NES, I can still go back to that. It wasn't and that I didn't even play it when it first came out though, you know? Like I didn't play it until I reviewed it, and I was dreading what might have been like an awful grindy mess, because it was, the first one of its kind, right? I was expecting,
It's not as
something
grindy as people think it is.
it really isn't. It's actually like perfectly serviceable. It's not until Dragon Quest II, where they released it without really testing some sections, that it really got bad and grindy. But Dragon Quest I, you can go back and play that and beat it in a few hours, really.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can beat it. Yeah, probably 5-6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last time I beat it took me 7-8 hours. And I remember like keeping the common criticism that, oh, this game is 90% grinding, and I agree, it's mostly grinding.
Yeah.
But like, it's not that much, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean 90% grinding
like
or 80% grinding, but it's like a 10-hour game.
Short game.
That's like, that's not too bad. That's like 2 grinding sessions,
No.
really.
No, yeah, it really is. It's just, as long as you, and most of the time you're probably figuring out where all the pieces are, but if you know where the pieces are, then yeah, it's not going to take as long. But yeah, you'll probably spend a lot of time grinding. And, I'm indifferent about grinding. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it can be like, even though it's repetitive, sometimes it's just like, whatever, it's something to do. And then there's times where it's just like, my goodness, like in Dragon Warrior 2, where you're just like, can these people just give more than just 40-something experience points? Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel that, man.
Yeah.
That was killing
And
me.
then when I got to the final dungeon, I was just like, where was this? Or not final dungeon, final area, where they actually started giving like 1,000 experience points. I'm like, where was this earlier in the game? Like,
Yeah.
you know, not that it still wasn't enough, but it was better. I'm just like, man, if they put this section somewhere else in the game where it was easier to get to, maybe I might enjoyed it a lot more.
Yeah,
if the
because
grinding wouldn't have been as.
yeah, for the longest time towards the end of Dragon Quest II, like the area that you had to grind in was full of enemies that did a bunch of instant death skills. Like,
Yeah.
it was the worst.
And then that sacrifice spell, holy crap.
Yeah, that's the one.
Wow.
The sacrifice spell, because it would kill themselves and it would hurt. Like,
And it would kill your whole party. Game over.
yeah, and it just happened without warning.
Yeah. That is quite literally the most unfair spell game tactic in a video game, period.
Yeah, it's that, screw you guys, I'm taking my ball home,
Yeah.
in a single spell. It's
Yeah.
the Frieza maneuver.
I think it's in 5, but at least 5, it doesn't kill you like completely. It's still cheap, but it's not like it's like, all of a sudden you got a game over.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you lose half your money, which is how it is in Dragon Quest.
That Frieza maneuver. Well, I can't win, so I'm gonna delete the whole planet.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I finished that game, I just kind of felt really sour about Dragon Quest. I'm like, man, I hope 3 is good because this is really bad. Thank God it was.
Yeah. 3 got way better. And then 4.
3 was good. 4 was really good. 4 was, just because it was on the NES, it felt like almost like a Super Nintendo game.
It really did. It feels like a more complete Dragon Quest experience, really, than what we had gotten up to that point. Like Dragon Quest 3, like it was starting to get its way, I think. But they had definitely had it.
Playable.
Yeah, they had it figured out for sure. Like the isms, the things that make Dragon Quest feel like a Dragon Quest game. They figured those out by Dragon Quest 3. They started to figure them out, but it wasn't until Dragon Quest 4 that they felt like really solid, I think.
Yeah, and 4. I remember at first when I got to chapter 5 where you start playing as the hero, and all of a sudden you can control your characters. I was like, oh my god, please not be like 13, like Final Fantasy 13. This isn't going to be. I was like, man, I hope this isn't bad. And then when I played it, I'm like, you know what? It's not that bad. I didn't, would I like to control my characters? Yes. But the way that it's done, I still found it kind of fun. I really enjoyed the story.
Yeah, I mean, the AI that they gave you was actually decent. The problem when they take away your control is if they give you a party member that just doesn't, perform the function that they're supposed to perform well. Like Persona 3's The Answer convinced me that would be a death sentence. So that's why I was like, this is one of the 7 deadly sins of JRPGs. And I was like, and then compounded with the fact that
it's not.
Yep, it's not. I revoked that. I decided during my review of 4 Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest 4. It's like, yeah, actually, this was done so well that I can't stand by that anymore. I no longer believe that it is one of the 7 deadly sins.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it was because you can't control your other party members. I think it was the leader death equals game over. That's what made, like, because they have that in Final Fantasy 13. And that was, some people, it might not have bothered. To me, it annoyed the hell out of me.
Yeah.
I did not like that. And I think Persona 3, you said in your reviews, like that. I never played Persona before, so I don't know what Persona is like. My brother wants me to play 5 because he started playing that. A friend of his convinced him to play 5, and I was like, maybe I will try it out. maybe I'll start with 5 or maybe get this. Is 4 on Steam?
Is what on stream?
I don't remember. Is Persona 4 on Steam? I was thinking about
yes.
either trying 4 or 5.
Yeah,
Release.
yeah. Persona 4 is on Steam now. They released Persona 4 Golden on it not too long ago, and it's sold actually really well. Like over 1 million units.
That's awesome. Oh wow, it's on sale. Okay, maybe I might take a look at that.
Yeah, I would recommend it.
You know. Yeah, I heard it's pretty good. Like, you know, I've heard 5 is really good too. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. $12.99. That's actually not that bad.
Only $12.99?
Yeah, it's pretty good for. Let me see, Persona 4. Look at that. Yeah, $12.99. It's on sale right now.
That's awesome.
I am buying that. I'm buying it as we speak.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fine with me. That's not expensive at all.
Yeah, and it's a much better experience in my opinion than Persona 3. Persona 3 is a lot of fun, but I mean it's not a lot of it's okay. It's got some problems. It's really cool in some ways, but the thing with Tartarus where you're going through the same area, the issue with like when the character dies it's game over. It's like, yeah, that all is not what I would call fun anymore. I mean, it's stylish. It established a lot of cool ideas, but all of those ideas were, you know, improved upon in
4.
Yeah. Hang on a second. I gotta take a quick call from my wife real quick. Hang on.
All good.
My Power Ranger watch is going off. Hang on.
All good.
All right. I am back. Sorry about that.
All good. I just, while you're doing that, I was finishing my purchase. So now I officially own Persona 4.
Excellent. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I have to try to fit it into the rotation right now. See how I can fit it in.
Yeah, that's the tricky bit. It's a lot of fun, but it's also not a short game.
No, that's what I heard about Persona. Like 5, I heard is over 100 hours, which that's a lot of time.
Yeah, Persona 5 is a lot of time. It's a big, especially if you're not well versed in into the Persona series. Like that's a big ask.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the longest game I played recently was 12, Final Fantasy 12. Sorry. Which I know you don't like it. I personally do. I think it's fun, but you know, there are issues with it. I'm not saying that there aren't. You know.
Oh, you don't. I mean, that's fine.
Don't like.
I mean, people have different tastes, right? And like I said, I haven't played it in forever, so like I can't stand by that.
You know,
Like I don't know if I would still dislike it, but at the time it just didn't appeal to me at the time, like given the things that I had played up to that recently. So I mean, don't feel like you gotta like
oh no, not at all.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer that, like, you know, everybody has their own experiences. You know, it's just my experience, and nobody's experience is invalid. You know, I'm sure that there's people that don't like for Final Fantasy. I'm sure that there's people that don't like Final Fantasy 6, and that's my favorite in the series.
Exactly.
But
like,
just because they don't like it doesn't mean that like their opinion is invalid. You know, it's just. Maybe there's just something about it that people don't like. I mean, there are things that, I mean, even that game, there are things that I can be like, oh, okay, that's not as good as as I remember. But I mean, I think it's just the nostalgia for that game. That's why I really like it.
are people allowed to be that level-headed on the internet though? I don't think so. You might. I mean, are we breaking Twitch's toss by being reasonable?
Right, yeah. Nobody's allowed to be intolerable. You got to have your opinion, and you got to be
gotta-
100% for it. And
Yep.
nah, I don't. That's not me. I just don't. No.
That's awesome.
You know,
I love I love the community that we're building up here. This is great. I love hearing stuff like that.
Yeah, no, you know, the last thing I want to do is, you know, be a toxic member of the fan. If I'm a fan of something, the last thing I want to do is be a toxic member of it. If I don't like the game, sometimes, you know, I take
Does
my
this
wife's
mean
approach, which is sometimes if
you
you have
like me?
nothing nice to say, sometimes the best thing is to not say it at all.
Yeah. Nosferatu, by the
Yeah.
way, thank you so much for that subscription, dude. And welcome to the art
Yep.
stream. Sorry,
Right on.
didn't mean to cut you off there. It's just
No,
I gotta say thanks. That's so cool.
You're on live stream right now. I would expect you to acknowledge who's subscribing to you. Yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah, I never have been the kind of person, you know, everybody's got their own opinion, and it is what it is. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't, and, you know, nobody's wrong. There's no such thing as being wrong about what you think of the game.
Yeah, like the best thing we can try to do is try to, like, video games are a very subjective experience. I mean, we can try to talk
Right,
about them.
exactly.
We can try to talk about those
So is
subjective experiences objectively. Like, the way you talk about it can be objective, but yeah, some things are just going to speak to people in a different way, and that's
Right.
that's fine. Like,
Mhm.
that's one of the reasons I never try to be like, oh, this game's, you know, well, sometimes I'll tell you a game is irredeemable if I really hate it, but I hope most people realize that it's like, I'm never going to try to talk you out of enjoying a game, because that's a ridiculous thing to try to do. But
Oh, it's dumb.
but if I think that a game is gonna make your life worse for having played it, I'll tell you to stay away. Don't play Quest 64 unless you already like it, because in that case, you know, then you already know what you like. But
Right. So it's kind of like Hide Live, you know,
yeah,
which I told you I was tonight earlier. Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate like what it did. Yeah, I think it's like a good setup for like Legend of Zelda, because the screen scrolling in the original Legend of Zelda game is, you know, the same as it is in Hide Light, except Legend of Zelda is actually fun to play,
yeah, exactly.
you know. But
Exactly.
that doesn't mean that Hide Light doesn't have, like, you know,
Massive
it
flaws.
has a lot of issues. It's a deeply flawed game, but in the end of the day, there are things that it did to set up for other games that use that same system.
Yeah.
It just made it way better.
Yeah, like to make an analogy to like music or something, you know, it's like, I'm not a fan of the Beatles, but I would at least appreciate what they did for rock and roll, you know?
Yeah, I'm also not as, I like some Beatles. My wife is more of a Beatles fan than I am.
Yeah,
but
same here.
I'm indifferent about them. Like, you know, I like some of their songs. Usually it's anything with Paul McCartney. But I'm not the craziest about John Lennon's voice. And that's okay. There's a lot of people that really like him, you know. And that,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. I was always like into the, I like some of the 80s, but like I was always into the 90s stuff. That's my jam. I
Yeah.
still listen to a lot of 90s stuff.
Like Real Big Fish.
Yeah. Hold on one second. My wife. My wife was coming back from a shower,
Oh, I gotcha.
like a bridal shower. One
Oh.
of my family members is getting married.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I
Well,
like
my
it.
wife is
I
actually
have a
just
wedding.
getting back from a big pride picnic that she went to, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And that's when I was like, oh, this is gonna be perfect time for an art stream.
Yep. So, Yeah, she's just coming back. She brought me a cupcake, so that's always nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the best of both worlds. You get the cupcake and you don't have to go to the shower.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like,
Yeah.
why go to the shower when you get the cupcakes for free?
Yep. Who's this that you're calling again? I'm not sure.
Oh, she's supposed to be Kumatora, and I'm butchering her hand right now. God, hands are just bad. But it's supposed to be Kumatora from Mother 3. It's the idea anyway.
Mother 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, maybe if I
I've never played Mother 3, so I played Earthbound, but I've never played Mother 3 before.
yeah, it's
Okay,
a it's a really dark game. If you've played Mother or if you played Earthbound, you probably have some sort of like idea of your mind and like, oh yeah, Earthbound can be kind of dark sometimes. No, this is like, I mean, not to spoil anything, I guess, but there's a lot of death and tragedy in the game that will definitely surprise you if you're playing it for the first time without any things being spoiled.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll have to check it out. I'll be honest, I'm not the craziest Earthbound fan. I don't hate the game, but like, I love the thing that I really like the world and like how it's like modern contemporary, like modern, which is kind of unusual for a JRPG. Or like, you know, turn-based. I really like that. I really like the rolling counter with the hit bar or the hit point bar, because it's you know, it actually has gameplay uses, and you know, you can give yourself a heal before your character dies. I actually really like that. And then I like the auto win. The auto win was like, I was just like, dude, this needs to be in a lot of games.
It needs to be in so many RPGs. I don't know why it wasn't.
Yeah, where you just, you know, I can understand, like, you know, I don't want it auto winning for an enemy that's like really hard, but like an enemy, like, it'd be like playing Final Fantasy 1 or something like that, and you're fighting an imp when you're at like level, you know, 50 or something like that. It's like, I'm just going to rapidly press A until I win. You know, I can just auto win and I get the experience points.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah, I love that.
Like that. Yeah, but I wasn't crazy about the inventory system, and then the story is kind of like, it's, you know, it must be a taste thing. I'm not really super crazy about, but I will say this, the ending is really wacky and like crazy, in like a good way.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Like the ending is off the wall, and I think that's when it gets like surprisingly dark, when like you have to kind of sacrifice your own living body to go across time, and like the most miserable looking, you know, bunch of kids. Yeah.
And they do it with kids. Yeah.
Like you don't expect that.
Whoa.
You don't expect to see that at all back in the day.
Nope.
And I will say that Mother 3 is like that, but it's like that the entire game.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, wow, that's so melancholy. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll probably give Mother 3 a try. I know that like in Smash, I do use Ness a lot, and I use Lucas sometimes, but usually I use Ness.
Yeah.
He's a really good player in Smash. His bat is just like amazing in that game.
Yeah, isn't it though? That's one of the things I like about it. It's just some kid with a bat, and he just, you know, yeah.
He's a generic looking kid.
Yep.
There's like not a whole lot, like, I'm not saying that, you know, I can understand at the time where people were complaining about the art style, but I will say this, the art style in that game has aged really well.
It really has,
that's
yeah.
one thing that, yeah. But at the time it was like archaic as hell, but now it's like you know, I think with time, I think that's probably just Earthbound in general, just maybe it's just not the right time for it to be released. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
And that's probably why it didn't sell as well. But I think now that like times have changed, people are starting to appreciate a lot more. And this is coming from somebody who's not like the craziest fan of Earthbound, but even I can admit that like it aged a lot better than most RPGs did.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I think that's
it aged better than Final Fantasy VII, and I love Final Fantasy VII.
yep.
And I can admit that that game's aged better. Their Earthbound has aged better.
Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy VII. It's not easy. It's not hard to see that. Like, yeah, these polygons look kind of
Yeah. Weird.
It's like
Interesting in a bad way.
yeah, it's like playing it's like playing an action RPG starring the guys from the Money for Nothing music video.
Money for nothing in the
Hey, DMCA, DMCA. Nope, can't do it. Just kidding. gonna get us DMCA strike. I know. I know. I'm just teasing. But
it's all good. No, I know exactly what video you're talking about with the polygons, but I mean, in the 80s, that was like, it was just supposed to be goofy.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's
I think
an old song.
I think we're starting to get pretty close to having most of our drawings here done, which is actually that's actually pretty good, if I can say so myself. I'm actually legitimately surprised how well this is coming together.
It actually looks really. I think the Steiner thing was actually. I don't know who came up with that, but that was a really good idea.
Yeah, the idea of using Steiner was superb.
Yeah. Steiner is. Man, I go back and forth between him and Vivi as my favorite 9 characters, because I like them both almost equally.
You know,
I get the feel of Vivi a lot because his whole character arc is about figuring out who he is and then eventually realizing that his time is limited, like way more limited than everybody else's time. But it's super relatable. And then I think Steiner is just, he's like this like big, beefy kind of idiot who, he stands really tall. He's, like all business, but he knows that but he really cares about Garnet, Princess Garnet.
yeah.
And and then just his, his relationship even with Zidane, and then eventually growing into, being, maybe they're not best friends, but they can get along, and all that, and just challenging his, just what he believes is the right thing to do throughout that game. It's just, I just have so much appreciation for it.
Yeah.
9 was such a fun game. I really like that.
I can't.
really like Final Fantasy 9.
Yeah, I can't wait to go back to it at some point.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like about 9 is the card system. That's it. Other than that, well, I guess Trance, but other than the card games, there's just so many things good about that game. But
yeah, the triple triad that they did, is that the one?
it's Tetra Master, but yeah, triple triad is 8.
Yeah, you're right.
Which triple triad from 8 is fine. That game, is really good with its base rules. So Tetra Master, I just did not get it. I don't. But and then they make it a requirement in disc 3 that you have to play it, and it's just why? Because at least if it was not required, then you'd be well, it's a bad mini. It's kind of like lightning dodging or butterfly collecting in Final Fantasy X. They're bad mini games, but you don't have to do them.
Yeah.
If you don't want to.
I mean, you have to do a little bit of them, a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't meaning to bag on 10. I really like 10's gameplay. 10's got awesome gameplay.
Yeah. I was a little disappointed at the time about having only 3 characters in your party. That bugged me a little bit back in the day, but I mean, now it doesn't even really matter.
I think 10, it didn't bug me because you can switch them in the middle of combat. That's
true. You could do that. Kind of like Breath of Fire, I think,
So
also did that.
Yeah. So even though you had 3 characters, you really have, was there 8 or 9 characters in Final Fantasy X? I can't remember. I know there's Tidus, Yuna, Lulu, Riku, Orin, Kimari, and I feel like there's one more.
Waka?
Maybe it's
Waka?
7. Waka, yeah, Waka.
How could you forget Waka? One of the most underrated RPG characters out there. With that hair
I know.
flip.
I know. I actually really like his character development, and I like how his arc ends, where he's like, you know, I know a lot of people hate him because, you know, he's racist against Al Bhed, and that's true.
Mm-hmm.
But like at the end of the story, especially when he talks to Sid, he starts to realize, like, wow, I feel, you know, he felt so bad, and he ended up apologizing. He's just like, I'm so sorry, like I didn't know. I didn't realize that you guys are no different from me. And then Sid's just like, I've done the same crap. Like, it's not a big deal. People are people. You know, it happens.
Yeah, that's one of the things that when I did my top 5 underrated RPG characters, a lot of people who didn't stick around and didn't see the gag at the end, tied it all together. A lot of them were like, I can't believe you liked Waka, that racist jerk. And I'm like, well, he was a racist jerk, but he overcame that, and I feel like that makes him, you know, a very strong character, actually, all things considered. And
yeah, exactly.
And should be a model that, you know, people can change.
People can change, and yeah, it's, you know, yeah, he's deeply flawed, and yeah, that's not cool, but at the same time, like, he learned.
Yeah,
he learned that that's not okay.
Yeah, and it wasn't like glorified either, where he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm such a badass because I'm a racist a-hole." You know, he was cool because he had a good heart, and because of that good heart, he was able to come out the other side of his, you know, of his biases.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. It should be on. My wife's trying to play the Switch.
I want to play mine.
Okay.
I want to play it.
All right. Yep. No problem.
Mario Kart.
Yeah, she wanted to play Mario Kart. I have a man cave in my computer, which I've been using for work this past year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have like a whole living room set that's just all my video games.
Isn't that awesome?
For my wife. Yeah, it's a lot. It's really cool.
I never used to have a cave of my own until I was living in Seattle, and I started doing the show, and I was like, I have a reason to have a you know, an actual setup, like always set up, and it's not just in the living room, and that was awesome. Like, just it's good to have a personal space.
Yes, it is. I mean, your cave looks really cool. It almost looks like you're in a tavern at one of the RPGs you play.
You could not have said anything to make me happier, my dude. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like some kind of tavern, just like, you know, what would you like, you know, like if you're at an item shop or, I don't know, at an inn or something like that. You know, that, you know, I mean, how many games have inns? Almost all of them do. You know, at least the ones that, you know, I know Final Fantasy 12 and 13 didn't have inns because the save crystal, or in 12 the save crystal was fully healed you, but you know, in 13 didn't have any inns at all. But, you know, most of them have it, and, you know, being a good RPG is knowing where your free inns are.
Yep.
Being a good RPG gamer is knowing where your free inns are.
Exactly. You gotta be as cheap as possible, because you never know when that last few. You never know. At the end, when you're dying to the final boss, you're like, oh man, if only I had saved up those last few pieces of gold, I could have bought one more elixir that I'll never use.
Or ether, mega, you know,
mega elixir.
Mega elixir.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, or in Super RPG, it's Caro Cola, which is basically a mega elixir, which is what we, you know, in Final Fantasy is known as a mega elixir.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought that Toddberry was just going to be like super simple to make because I was like, it's not a complicated design, but everyone, especially Final Fantasy fans, know what a Tonberry is.
Yep. And it's got a lot of parts to it to be a Tonberry. Like it seems easy because it's just the face itself doesn't have a whole lot of detail, but it's also like the shape is also really important to making it a proper Tonberry.
Yeah.
There we go.
They're always scary in most of the games that I've played. Every time you run into a Tonberry, you're like, man, kill it real fast.
Exactly. So that's what I was thinking. Like, just to see if I can. I wanna just kind of sneak him into the back there.
Zero says, it's a joke.
There, just hide him in right back.
If you play Final Fantasy 5 on PS1, it's called a Dingleberry. Why it's called a Dingleberry, I have no idea. I don't, it's one of the many things why that translation is inferior. Yeah, call a Tonberry a Dingleberry. Like, that's what I used to call, like, some of my friends if they were being dumb. We call them a Dingleberry.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't see a really great subtle place to put him. Oh, maybe right back there. That could work. Just have him kind of not part of the group.
I'm not even kidding. A Tonberry in Final Fantasy 5 on PS1 is called a Dingleberry.
Man, that's crazy. Why do they do that? I mean, did the English localization team not know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I don't know either. Because in 6 it's called Puck. They didn't really call it a Tonberry, I think, until 7, I think, if I recall correctly. But the translation of 5 came out before or after Final Fantasy 7 came out to the States, because that was, I think, later in the PS1 developer PS1 life cycle, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
I
All right.
always get a kick out of that. It's like, wow, it's so bad.
All right. I think that this is what I'll do is I'll put. All right. Just hide him right back there.
God.
just
He's gonna stab Slug.
Yep, the team doesn't see him. They're very well distracted. They're sleeping. They're relaxing. And then there's this little Tonberry hanging out behind him, gonna get him.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, Zach. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, man. All right.
All right, sounds good, man. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for calling. Have a great day, dude. Great day, dude.
You too.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Oh, that was awesome. Awesome getting to talk to you guys. Both you and both Baku and Zach. Thanks for calling, guys. Really appreciate it. So I think I know that I did also add the clay guy, the clay man back here, but I feel like I'm gonna run out of places to put people at this rate. So I think that we may call this the group. It's awesome. It's awesome having a couple of calls in. I wasn't sure if anybody was going to use that call-in number, but I feel like this should definitely be a thing to continue doing in the future. Yeah, it is. It is slowly and surely coming together. So I think that the next thing I want to do real quick is give each of these guys a white background so I can more easily kind of make out what each of these guys looks like. So let's just let's see, can we just do that? No, darn it. I'm gonna have to hide each layer one by one because I don't know the fast way to do this. But we'll start with Super Derek here. All right, looks like that actually is gonna work. So I'll go down here and oh, that's right. I need to Oh, to do this easier, here, let's fill the background with a different color. Let's go with red, maybe? Yeah. Okay, so it's not quite perfect. Now I can see that a little bit easier. Let's see. Next art stream will be coloring it in? I think so, yeah. And refining on the actual design. Looks like I need to connect a few lines here to make it work a little bit better with the magic lasso tool here. Alright. So, the body is good. Now we just need to connect some of these dots here to make the sword work when we do this. Oh, and the shoes still have some unconnected spots here. Okay. Oops. I need to invert my selection there. Hold on. Yeah, Control Shift I. There we go. Alright. Alright, now let's do that for the Moogle here. Oh, this is going to be tough to do that with. Might be better off using the polygon lasso tool here. Alright. And one of the reasons that I'm doing this part, because I want to be able to see better what they all look like when they're overlapping each other. And so by giving each of them a non-transparent background, it'll help me decide better what their final placement actually will be, if it isn't this. And it'll also be helpful later on down the road when we are coloring it in. There we go. So that way when I have this layer turned on, you can still make out the Moogle without all the shoe stuff, you know, showing up behind him. Alright, same with Vivi now. Okay, so for Vivi's background, maybe it'd be easier just to color in with white or something. Rather than trying to clean up the whole thing. Maybe instead of maybe instead of actually filling it in like this, I'll just outline him with the white and then, because I'm still figuring out like ways to do things that works with my style well, you know. Hey, Timmy! From one art stream to another. Well, welcome, dude. Thank you so much for that, for those bits, man. We've been at it for a little while now, and we are, I think we're starting to get a little closer to the end of this stream. Starting to, at least. Here, let's select the outside and invert, and then... Oh, hang on. Control-Shift-I... Nope. There. Control-Shift-I, not Control-Alt-Shift-I. Alright, so there's Vivi, the Moogle, SuperDerek. So yeah, right now... Hey, welcome back, Serena. Had some drama that you had to sort out? Well, welcome back. I'm glad that, glad you got it all sorted out. Alright. Bombette. Just you being a baby. In Florida, you got some palmetto bugs. Someone acted like a child about it. What are palmetto bugs?
Aw, you are too sweet.
Hey, thank you so much for the gift sub, dude. Here, I need to switch to my chat so I can see that. Awesome, so much. Thank you so much, Zack Attack and Chris. Welcome to the Super Friends, man. Giant roaches that can fly. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. I would freak out about that too. I'm glad that your husband had sorted that out for you.
Welcome to the Super Friends.
Oh, and Zach, thank you for the resubscription, man. Welcome back to the Super Friends, dude. Okay. Mr. Saturn over here needs to be filled in. And actually, this should be really easy to do, since he's a very simple character. Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Alright. Next up, we've got Frog, who we drew here. Is there a jukebox stream tonight? No, there isn't. We did that last weekend. So this weekend I'm taking that off. Oh, that's interesting. Why is his... Oh, he's showing up... Oh, that's right, because Bombette is actually above him. There we go. But let's go ahead and hide some of these other layers. And then we'll unhide everything at the end. Am I close to beating Lufia too? I think so. I really do think so. I also really, really hope so. There, if I zoom out, I can do this a little faster. There, Frog with his hero's medal. I've just got the tower and Doom Island left in Lufia. That's awesome. We're getting closer. Oh, wait. Other side. Alright, there's Frog. Alright, Kumatora is next. Maybe between now and the next drawing stream, I'll sort out how to draw Kumatora's hand in a way that looks better. Alright, so we've got the Draki left and the Tonberry. Alright, that was easy. Alright. What's a swing and a miss? What's my favorite Switch RPG so far? I don't even know, honestly. You know, I mean, honestly, I haven't played that many Switch RPGs. I think Octopath Traveler, though, is my current go-to. All right. Let's see what this all looks like all together now. All right. Oh, the Tonberry's gotta go way to the back, though. Okay. Our Moogle buddy hanging out with Vivi here. Little Saturn boy. Frog hanging out there. Bombette, Kumatora, and Draki. Oh man, there we go. That looks pretty alright. A nice little montage of characters. Alright, that's a lot of fun. I don't think we're gonna be coloring it all in right now. That would be a lot. And we have already been streaming at it for about 4 hours.
Don't forget to save the game.
Oh, thank you so much, Timmy. So the plan is that this will, when we're done, we will save this and we'll put it on like a
How lewd!
maybe we'll save it and put it onto a on a t-shirt or something here. Here, let's, or maybe not a t-shirt, but a mug or something. Don't forget to bring a towel. Oh, real quick, I should fix this thing with Frog. Because when I was moving him around and stuff, part of his pommel of his sword got chopped off there. Which is just a travesty. There we go. There we go. We are all set. For now. Oh, wait. Kumatora, your leg is being covered up by Vivi and the Mr. Saturn. Something we need to fix with Kumatora. Kumatora goes further back here. There we go. That makes more sense. And I should probably add each of these to groups. That would have been the smarter thing to do earlier, I think. There. Now, I can move... well, I thought I could move the group as a whole, but apparently not. I can with hotkeys and stuff. Cool. Awesome, there we go. Alright, so, yeah, I think this is where we're gonna wrap things up for today's stream. And thank you all so much for having me do this. It was a lot of fun. Gosh. Yeah, so, all soon, starting with the next stream, we'll start another community challenge. See it tonight? No. There's no jukebox stream tonight. I am taking the night off after this. So let's go see who's currently out there streaming in the Twitchverse, who I can go drop in on, who we can go share the love with. Let's see. Got some options here. Wonder if anybody else is doing an art stream. A lot of people that I know aren't streaming right now. Let's see, what's this? Is Baku actually streaming right now? I don't think he is. At least it doesn't look like he is for me. Oh, is that why you're making a face? All right, how about we go raid Mr. JRPG? How about that? Yeah, let's do that. Raid Mr. JRPG. He's making his way through Final Fantasy VII, the game we were just discussing not too long ago. Now this... Uh-oh. This channel is intended for mature audiences, it says. I don't know if I'm mature enough. I'm pretty immature. But, well, let's go ahead and head over to his place and check him out. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll be streaming on Monday with more Mother 3. And until then, have a great night, everybody. And, oh, wait, I've completely forgotten. I have to do this. There we go. Alright, guys. I'll see you on the other side.